Audio Tech. Good afternoon, everybody. Apologize for getting a little later start than we had anticipated. We had a closed session that went long, but we will now reconvene back into open session. To lead us off, we'll start with an invocation. We have Reverend Samuel, forgive me if I want to say your name right, Pullen, Reverend Samuel Pullen from Community Congregational United Church of Christ in Los Alamitos, here to lead us in the invocation.
Greetings, President Shaw and members of the board, and to all of the teachers, students, parents, community members present today. My name is Reverend Samuel Pullen, and I serve as minister at Community Congregational United Church of Christ in Los Alamitos. Many of our congregation members include students and families from District 2, also teachers, and I'm grateful to have received my K-12 education in public schools. My wife is a public school 5th grade teacher, dual immersion, and my daughter is about to graduate from kindergarten in a public school. On this day, in this meeting, may all who are present celebrate with pride the value of public education. We give thanks for the wisdom of the founders of the United States of America, who enshrined in the Constitution the principles of religious freedom and separation of church and state. We strive to uphold this freedom in the public schools so that students of all backgrounds may discover and pursue their own understandings of faith, spirituality, and religion, free from state influence or coercion. May our actions establish a culture in Orange County Public Schools that moves beyond tolerance to value the diversity and richness as a strength. May we cultivate a climate where students are not bullied or discriminated against based on their race, religion, gender, economic status, LGBTQ+ identification, political views, or any other forms of unique identity and expression. I'd like to share a quote with you. A high-quality public education can build much-needed skills and knowledge. It can help children reach their God-given potential. It can stabilize communities and democracies. It can strengthen economies. It can combat the kind of fear and despair that evolves into hatred. May the leaders of this board rise above the temptations of clashing political agendas and ideologies. May the OC Board of Education be known for putting students first, for prioritizing social and emotional development, and for promoting unity and diversity that provides hope for future generations. May we embody the original motto of the United States, E pluribus unum, out of many, one. May we find a unified purpose out of many perspectives. Why is that important today? Because our children and our students learn from us. They learn from parents, they learn from teachers, they learn from administrators who respond to the tone set by the board. And they'll either learn how to work together in mutual respect, or they will learn how to fight each other based on divisions. So let us seek the path of mutual respect and collaboration, for the perspectives of tomorrow's leaders will be shaped by our actions today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I failed to ask anyone to lead us in the pledge, so perhaps I can call on Trustee Barkey to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Mary. Before we get started, I did want to take a moment to recognize we had some unfortunate news. We lost two great leaders in education in Orange County recently. One was from your district, Dr. Sparks. Do you want to mention him?
Yeah, I just would like to honor with a moment of silence longtime Laguna Hills High Principal Bill Haynes. He was age 54. We could just for a moment pause. Thank you.
Thank you. And we had also a longtime member of the Anaheim Union High School Board, Anna Piercy, passed away. I have a little something about her. Anna Piercy, a dedicated educator and trustee in the Anaheim Union High School District, left an indelible mark on our education community. She held various roles, including part-time sales girl, bank clerk, aviation statistician, and clerical temp before beginning her 37-year career as a middle school teacher in Anaheim Unified High School District. From 1968 to 2005, she taught geography, art, English, speech, and drama at 3 different schools. After retiring, Anna was elected in 2006 to the Board of Education for Anaheim, which enabled her to continue championing educational excellence while advocating vigorously for her community. We have more about her, but I did know her a little bit, would run into her at different events, and was a particularly lovely person, and was very sorry to hear about her passing. So if we could also take a moment of silence for Anna Piercy. Thank you very much. Renee, do we have any introductions this evening?
We have none at this meeting.
Okay, very good. So we're going to proceed to public comments, and I know we have a lot of them. So
We do. So here's how it's going to roll. I'm going to say the first name and then the person who's on deck. We have more than 30 comments. We want to hear from all of you, so we're going to be able to give you a minute or less for your comments. And the spot where you give your public comments is right back there in between these 2 rows. And so the first person, oh, we have more coming in. First person is Cindy Borkman, and up on deck is Eva Weiss.
Good afternoon, Board. I am here not only as an Access retired teacher, but as a taxpayer. Dr. Miramontes is wasting taxpayer money, shutting down 4 schools, which Orange County Department of Ed doesn't even lease the properties, to rent a high-priced property in Santa Ana, close to a big hub that doesn't even have enough students, and they're not full. Many of these students of the closed schools would have to cross enemy gang territory or travel up to 10 miles. As a taxpayer, hiring should be competitive with the best candidate for the Miramonte in the last 6 months has stacked his cronies into 7 positions at a cost of $2 million a year, and had the teachers to size out Dr. Bean is an outstanding man, and he is a great leader, and I endorse him. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva Weiss, Stella Song is on deck.
Good afternoon. Here I am looking at the sign about God we trust. I was here years ago. The speech to keep if you want to be blessed. The Orange County schools do not give education to the children, but they should have. They should have much more sub-covered, much more directly than what they're doing. The moral values is low and no mention of God. The school board even seamlessly adopted a curriculum in Santa Ana, which is anti-Semite and anti-Israel. You should represent the children, and parents should guide them, because they are the one who are souls to take care of. If we sort it out, God will bless us. Whom we can trust to do the guiding, it would have been Dr. Bean, a superintendent of Orange County schools. He's one who could be capable to doing it. He is with God.
Thank you. Stella Song.
Good afternoon, Board.
And on deck is Daphne Ashbrook. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Board. I'm Stella Song, a retired bank manager and former teacher. I'm here to speak on behalf of all concerned teachers, parents, and students in support of the appointment of Dr. Dr. Stefan Bean as a superintendent. It is imperative that you base your selection on qualification, merit, common leadership experience, resilience, force self-sacrifice, based on system or candidate spousal political influence. Did you know that in China, in 2013, students set on a mission to indoctrinate school children at tender age to achieve their evil goals? Today, 75 years later, China is not only 100% totalitarian communist, they want to turn the whole world to communism. It's already happening in our school system. Only one candidate, Dr. Stefan Bean, is fully qualified and has the know-how to dismantle this evil.
Thank you. Daphne Ashbrook and Trong is on deck.
Hi, Daphne Ashbrook, 24-year resident of Mission Viejo, Orange County, with a parent of 2 and grandmother of 3 children. I'm here to support Dr. Bean because he supports parental rights, school choice, protection of the children, and academic excellence to prepare our children for jobs in college. He also supports equal education for all children, including disabilities and learning challenges. His success in these areas is evident by his achievements with students of Aspire Academy and Irvine International Academy. As a parent and a grandparent, I urge you to vote for Dr. Bean.
Thank you. Dave Wrong, and on deck is Michelle O'Brien.
Thank you to the Orange County Board of Education for allowing me to speak. I'm here to express my strongest support for Dennis Cole as our next superintendent of Orange County Schools. My name is David Trung, and a business owner of Fountain Valley for 28 years, and my children also have attended or have graduated from Fountain Valley schools. Dennis and I have collaborated closely as directors of marketing for the Schools Foundation, where we have built strong community partnerships to support our schools. He has been instrumental in securing major contributions from Kingston Technology and Hyundai Motor America. I have witnessed Dennis's ability to connect people and garner support for our schools and our students through numerous meetings and events within our communities. Dennis is not only an administrator, he's a visionary. He has a clear and compelling vision for the future of Orange County schools, one that prioritizes technology integration, fosters community partnerships, and enhances professional development for teachers. He believes in preparing students not just for tests, for schools,
your time
but
is
in
up.
life.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michelle O'Brien, and on deck is Kenan Durham.
Good evening, President Shaw, distinguished board members. My name is Michelle O'Brien. I'm a mom, a grandma, and a taxpayer. I'm also a 30-plus year resident of Orange County. I'm here in support of Dr. Bean. I can't imagine anyone better suited for superintendent of Orange County. He was a teacher, a principal, and is a superintendent and parent. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kenan Durham, and on deck is Wendy Eklund.
Hi, I'm Kenan Durham. I'm a resident of Orange County, and I'm also the executive director of Pride at the Pier. I'm here to raise some concerns that we had for Tim Shaw and Mari Barkey. I know that you guys signed on to a letter opposing AB 1955. For anybody who's unaware, AB 1955 would make it illegal for schools to forcibly out students to their parents. This is not a winning policy. Forced outing policies are not winning. We have a number of school board trustees throughout California who have supported this policy and have been recalled. And the effort to get that on the ballot in California failed to gather signatures by a wide margin. We would like to see you support all students, including trans and non-binary students. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Wendy Eklund, and on deck is Burgandra Onikea. Is Wendy not here right now? Okay, we'll move. We'll check back at the end with her. Okay, Burganda, I don't know if I'm saying your name right.
No problem, no problem.
And on deck is Marilyn McDougall.
Thank you. My name is Burgundy Oneke. I'm the Executive Director for Junior Achievement here in Orange County, and I'm here to support Dennis Cole for Superintendent. Dennis has served on our board for over 8 years and remarkably done such a great job consistently demonstrating community support, dedication, and visionary leadership. You know, the moment that Dennis stepped onto our board, he's really been a beacon of light and hope and innovation for strategic thinking, really guiding the organization, but also guiding the schools to be able to partner. Dennis is not just a board member, he really is a true advocate for all of the quality education that we have in Orange County, always putting the needs of the student first. He has really a great way of ensuring that every voice is heard and valued. You know, he has led our organization in ways that really, thank you.
Thank you so much. Marilyn McDougall, and on deck is Betty Chu.
Good evening. My name is Marilyn McDougall. I'm a 50-year resident of Mission Viejo, and my children and my grandchildren have been educated in the school system. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Dennis Cole. Dennis has been a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Advisory Council for a number of years, and in that capacity, it's been my privilege to work with him as he's helped to distribute over 450,000 red ribbon wristbands to children throughout Orange County to give the drug-free message. He is the consummate worker. He gets it done. He doesn't give you an excuse why the children can't get it. He gives you a reason why it's going to happen. He works with all groups with integrity and a smile all the time. He's all about kids. He's all about making it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Betty Chu, and on deck is Jan Kille.
You have a very rare opportunity, trustees, to appoint Dr. Stefan Bean for the interim superintendent. He has a successful career in the educational field. He has extensive personal as well as career experiences with multicultural and multiracial students, staff, parents, and diverse communities, as well as with disadvantaged and disabled communities, reflecting all the students and parents here in this district. He is a powerful leader with vision, relationship, and partnership skills whose inclusiveness, transparency, and motivation increases student enrollment, staff excellence, parental involvement, and academic excellence. He is the only candidate who, by challenging Dr. Mehari's publicly evidenced concern for the students during an extremely contentious period. Dr. Bean will be strong with percentages to increase his advantage in the 2026 election. Thank you.
Thank you. Jan Kille, and on deck is Parker Allen.
Hello, my name is Jan Kille, and I'm here to support Dr. Bean because he is not just a good candidate, he is extraordinary candidate. And the reason I'm saying that, not because I'm also an immigrant and also went through the education in the United States and I've seen good and bad, but I've seen him doing such a good thing, not because it pleases him or advances him, but because he cares for the children. He does the right things because of the children. And he is a pro-parents' choice person. He's the only one who stood up to that, and he will be an exceptional candidate. So I urge school board to please nominate Dr. Bean, because he will do an excellent job for the community, but more importantly, he'll do an excellent job for our children.
Thank you. Parker Allen, and on deck is Monica Lee. Parker Allen, we'll move you to the bottom of the pile. Monica Lee, and on deck is Claire C.
Hi, I'm a longtime resident of Orange County, and I'm here to support Dr. Stefan Bean for Superintendent of Orange County. Stefan Bean supports school choice. He's a strong advocate for parental rights, parental notification, a strong advocate for creating and approving more charter schools so Orange County children can have the best education possible instead of having to send their children to their public school dictated by their zip code. He ran for the seat in 2022, and out of the total of over 500,000 voters, he got over 240,000 votes. With limited funds and with mostly grassroots movement, he was almost an unknown name at the time, running for the first time as Orange County Superintendent. However, he got over 45% total votes. So please, as a resident of Orange County and your constituent, please appoint Dr. Stefan Bean for Orange County Superintendent. Thank you.
Claire C. And on deck is Esther Polk.
Good afternoon, everyone. And nice to see you guys sit here. And proud mom of Orange County student here to give my voice here. And my son just graduated from La Salle Middle School yesterday afternoon, right? And so I want to indicate that what we choose a candidate must be represents all the kids' benefits and also represents all the parents' benefits. And I come here fully support Dr. Stefan Bean. You came from his title, doctor. He got his doctor degree. He is a perfect candidate for this position. And I had good chance to talk to him face to face, and I can feel he's passionate and he's intelligent. And
Thank you.
I did
Thank you. I'm sorry, your
about
time is up.
his lifestyle and family value. I think if you choose him, he can put more.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Esther Polk, and on deck is Linda Cohn.
Good evening. My name is Esther Poach, and I am a proud parent of two beautiful children from Cypress Orange County. Today, I'm here to express my strong support for Dr. Stefan Bean to be the one appointed. Yes, I believe he's the right one for our next OC Superintendent of Schools. He has stood firmly on the foundation of his faith, carrying out diligently what's truly important for our precious little children, protecting them, their innocence, advocating for what's good, what's right. We have many teachers and leaders harming kids rather than helping them, but not Dr. Bean. Dr. Bean will do what's right with encouraging quality education. He will protect our kids and advocate for giving parents their parental rights. I and many parents of OC support Dr. Bean. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Cohn, and on deck is Nettie Chow.
Nettie Chow's my backup. I hope she's here. I only have time to deliver the first part of my speech. I want to begin by saying on May the 21st or 22nd, one candidate stood out as speaker after speaker, did basically what you're hearing now, extolling Dr. Bean's leadership abilities. There was another candidate I'd like to speak to, Dennis Cole. He had strong support for Sheriff Don Barnes. I respectfully ask whether Sheriff Barnes is well informed on education issues that challenge us. I'm very concerned that Mr. Cole would be an extension of the problematic aspect of Superintendent Mahari's leadership. My concern is about workshops on the teaching of Islam that were supported by the Orange County Department of Education way back in 2017. Were it not for recent events and the sudden rise of anti-Semitism, 2017 might be seen as ancient history. I presented evidence about the clearly anti-Israeli organization on these workshops. As a result, Mr. attended portions of the training. When I met with Dr. Mahari's,
Thank you. Thank you. Nettie Chow, are you here? And on deck is Jenna Loing. Jennifer Loing, are you here? Oh, there you are. Okay. Go ahead.
Hello, Mr. President. My name is Jennifer Lung. I'm here to support Dr. Bean. I'm a parent of a child with special education and am incredibly impressed by Dr. Bean's leadership and the quality team he hires and he develops. Dr. Bean is a rare combination of experienced superintendent, Decisiveness, efficient, and effective in making sound decisions, but he's also passionate and successful in creating a culture that cares and supports each student, their parents, and the entire family, regardless of race, abilities, income levels, etc. He reminds us that we have some students that are homeless or are not as fortunate, and we treat them the same. I feel confident that Dr. Bean will build strong relationships with the board and any gap. Under Dr. Bean's direction and leadership, my child has been getting the support he needs from school to thrive. I wholeheartedly endorse Dr. Bean for OCD superintendent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Brigitta Knipe, and on deck is Thomas Mickelson. Is Brigitta here? No? Thomas Mickelson, and then on deck is Jim Bieber.
Hi, I'm Thomas Michelson, and I'm here to support Stephen Bean. I've known Stephen for 2 years. I'm a realtor, and he's bought and sold several houses with me, and I just want to say that he's an incredible man of integrity. And one of the most amazing things a lot of you might know about him is he was born with polio, and while he was a father of 4 school-age children, and his wife was dying of cancer, he achieved a doctorate degree in education. And I want to address the white elephant in the room. Stephen is a USC grad, a big Trojan fan, and I know there's probably some UCLA people in here that maybe are afraid that he won't represent you properly, but I assure you he's a man of integrity, and if you are a Bruin, he'll have your back. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Bieber, and on deck is Wayne Lucas. Do we have Jim Bieber or Wayne Lucas?
Hi, I'm Wayne Lucart. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. This is the first time I've been to a meeting like this, so this is near and dear to my heart. And I raised 2 children in Orange County education system. I have 5 grandchildren in the system. I'm here to support Dr. as the next superintendent of schools, and wish all indoctrination to be removed from the curriculum, and the children's innocence be protected. Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
I support Dr. Bean.
Bethany Ewers, and on deck is Heidi Landgraf. Bethany Ewers or Heidi Landgraf? Oh, here's one of them.
Hello, my name's Bethany Ewers, and I am a longtime resident of Orange County. I went to high school in Huntington Beach. I raised my children here and home educated them, and then was motivated to go back for my credentials so that I could work with other families like mine through the charter system. And so I'm here to speak in support of our board. Because of you, I've been able to do what we do with our family and to help others support other families. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you. Heidi Landgraf, and on deck is Catherine Lambert. Heidi Landgraf or Catherine Lambert?
Oh, I'm Catherine, but I think Heidi's somewhere.
Is Heidi anywhere? Coming.
You
Okay.
want to switch? I'll go and then you can do Heidi?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. Jump in.
Hi. I don't need a microphone, but I'm from New York. My name is Catherine Lambert. I moved to California 22 years ago, primarily because the education system here needed really good teachers, and I was recruited. So I work for Suncoast Preparatory Academy. I've been a teacher for 22 years. I want to personally thank you, each and every member of the board, for your integrity and for the fact that a giant political scheme is being launched against you who have stood your ground. 907 is a direct attack on our democracy.
Amen.
I'm going to tell you, I'm not a Republican, but I know chicanery when I see it. Like I said, born and bred New Yorker. 907 is simply trying to steal your power and steal your power. Yes. So as the only registered Democrat here, do not let them steal your power.
Amen.
You vote, you decide what happens in your schools. Thank you so much for being the Americans that we need, as opposed to the Americans that scream.
Thank you. Okay, Heidi, yes. We switch you guys. So Heidi, you're up, and then
my thunder.
On deck is Jenny Atkins is on deck.
Okay. So you guys all know me.
Heidi Landgraf, thank you so much for everything you do as a board. We're so appreciative, just like what Katie just said. I echo what she just said. I'm an enthusiastic teacher of record for Suncoast Prep, and I shared my appreciation last year for keeping our school open. You have seen me this year, the last 4 meetings, sharing my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation for supporting Suncoast Prep. We have continued to thrive as a school, built our leadership team to a level of transformation team. Next school year, I'm very happy to report my film class had their movie premiere for Heidi. I know you guys are waiting for that, and it's not because of my name, remember, but it was fabulous, which I told you about in past meetings. Our parents and their kids appreciate having the freedom to choose which model in which to educate their children. And I've witnessed countless clever ways children learn in learning centers through engaging field trips, being outdoors in nature, trips out of the state and country, and in their own homes. I leave you with this message from John Taylor Gatto's speech in 1990 when he received the Teacher of the Year award, and I went too long?
Thank you. Thank you, but it was awesome. All right, Jenny Atkins, and then on deck is Bill Masters.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jeannie Adkins. I am also a teacher for Suncoast Prep Academy, and it has been a great pleasure for me to serve our community and see how there are so many different kinds of children out there who deserve a unique education that fits them. And I just want to thank the board for being in support of charter schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bill Masters, and on deck, Sharon McDougall.
Good evening. My name is Bill Masters. I want to thank the board. You guys are doing an awesome job. I am in support of Dr. Bean. Okay, if you parents, I'm going to talk to the camera up here. Parents, you need to pay attention to what's going on. Your rights are being taken away from you, and you don't even know it. Okay, we cannot go to more people than what we have right now on the board. All that does is add confusion. Confusion. Do you remember when we deal with a mask and COVID, and now all the information is coming out that we've been bamboozled? Don't be bamboozled by this. Okay, the other thing is I strongly support Dr. Bean. Yes. Okay? Amen. He's the guy, okay? He's the guy that's going to keep things going for our students. Our students are number one, okay? This SB 907 is just a power play. You will lose your rights as parents. Stand up and fight. And dads, I don't see a lot of men here. Okay, we need to start seeing more men standing up and fighting for our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon McDougall, and on deck is Aya Adrim. I can't say the last name.
McDougall is fine. Thank
no,
you.
I was the next person. I know you. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I just want to briefly note 5 simple reasons to block SB 907. SB 907 bypasses a state law that requires voter approval to change the size of a county school board of education. Number 2, Orange County population has reduced by nearly 50,000 residents over the past 3 years. Logically, when population reduces, the number of elected officials does not increase. 3, California has an approximate $60 billion deficit. Ask yourselves, which part of our state budget should we reallocate to implement new election procedures? Number 4, Orange County is a charter county, which means it already has a sovereign authority to change the makeup of its Orange County Board of Education without state legislation. Finally, ask yourselves, why are Senators Newman and Min focused on thrusting SB 907 on our county when they should focus on the legislation to improve our public education system in the state of California?
Thank you. So, Aya, if you could say your name, because I mispronounced it.
My name is Aya. Sorry, yeah, I thought I was just following the numbers.
Okay,
so
and on deck is Stephen Choi. Go ahead.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here representing a parent from International Irvine Academy, from the international background, and I'm mom of 2, and I would like to support Dr. Bean, who is serving a principal in our school. And he is consistently demonstrating a big support to different background students. And we really learning his embrace and his passion to the diverse background of the international community. And his innovative approach to education, combined with his deep understanding of the unique needs of the students, has significantly contributed to the school's success and growth. So under his leadership, our school has not only excellent academically, but also become a model of inclusivity and cultural respect. He understands that the strength of educational system lies in ability to cater to the diverse needs of the students. And he is caring for every child with his values and support.
Thank you so much. Stephen Choi and Chris Jacobson is on deck.
Good evening, President and the board members. I have to throw away my 3-minute speech I have prepared. I'm Stephen Choi, former Irvine board member and mayor. Also, I served as assembly member. And today I would like to address two things. Number one, very briefly, I would like to also support Dr. Bean. I visited with him last week at his school, Irvine International Academy. He told me when he took over, he had only 90 students, but this fall he's expecting 500 students. That tells you the quality of his leadership. Number two is that the terrible SB 907, we have to stop it. And then also in the spirit of democratization, the bill is claiming it is not, and we need to, I encourage you board members to adopt a resolution to stop the SB 907. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Jacobson, and on deck is Daniel Chow.
I notice in the back you say, "In God we trust." I sure hope so. This is what it's all about, everybody. America must put God first. If we return to putting God first, 2 Chronicles 7:14 says, "If my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways," it means repentance. Turn from our wicked ways. He will hear from heaven. He will forgive our sins, and he will heal our land. We're on a way to reap what we've been sowing, which is judgment. And I'm praying for grace. And I think we will. I don't think God's done with America yet. It starts locally. And I'm here in support of Dr. Stephen Bean. Please bring godly people into government. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel Chow, and on deck is Edith Jimenez.
All right, I'm going to speak fast. My name is Daniel. I'm a parent at IIA and also a UCLA grad that will support Dr. Bean. So I'm going to skip halfway down my speech. All you have to do is look at proof at our school. We are now number 1 or number 2 in all of Orange County. Our teacher retention rate, our student retention rate, our attendance is all a testament to the vision and culture of excellence that Dr. Bean brings. You want Orange County kids to compete in a global economy? You have to appoint candidates that serve as a bulwark against the silly agenda of our wider culture. You have to appoint a candidate that sees the imago Dei in every child, knowing how to work with the spectrum of special needs to specially gifted kids, bringing up the whole next generation to run as far as they can. I'm tempted to be selfish and ask you to appoint somebody else so that IIA can keep Dr. Bean for itself, but I can think of no better candidate to keep the mission and the standards that the board has set forth than Dr. Bean. Thank you.
Thank you. Edith Jimenez, followed by Karen Jaffe.
Good afternoon. My name is Edith Jimenez, and I'm also, my kids attend IIA. I'm not from UCLA, USC. I graduated from UCI. And I love this community. I love, even though I have the opportunity to take my children to a school district school, to IIA, and the boat was sinking a year ago. We only had 200 students. Half of the staff was gone. We were going to crash. And then Dr. Bean, our savior, came. And it's not an exaggeration. It's my first time, and I just made my kids are still in class because this is a leader that I believe in. He someone that boat is sinking. You want him to happen because he has such a strong leadership. No one walks all over him, right? He's on a wheelchair, but he's just the biggest man that I've ever met because he's such a strong leader, but at the time he's so kind. He understands people from all cultures. We have a strong Russian community, Hispanic community, and he loves and understands everyone.
Thank you. Karen, Jeff, and on deck, Cindy Eklund.
Hi. Hi, thank you. The Orange County Board of Education. You have done a world of good for us as a Jewish community at OSHA, and we are so proud to have you here. You have a small gift from Israel that I just brought back as a token of Jewish community's appreciation for your support during this horrific and trying times. You all are beacons of hope in a darkness that is anti-Semitism that is running rampant through our great nation. The piece is a beautiful juxtaposition of our faiths, just in Jerusalem's old city. The Khamsa, also known as the hand of Fatima in Islam, Miriam in Judaism, is a palm-shaped symbol that represents protection, power, and strength. The word Khamsa in Arabic is for five, Chamesh in Hebrew for five, which refers to the fingers of an open hand. The Khamsa hand is believed to protect negative energies, the evil eye, and negative thoughts like hatred, jealousy, and insecurity. It is also associated with good luck, spirituality, peace, and health. In the middle is the blessing of the home, which is also very in Jewish households, and on the side, made out of olive wood, is a cross symbolic of the Christian faith. I hope for us all a world of prosperity, happiness, tranquility. It seems difficult now, but so I
Thank you so much. Wendy Eklund, and on deck is Jim Bieber.
Me? I'm up?
Yes.
Hi. I'm here today to express my strong support for the appointment of Stephen Bean as our new superintendent. He has consistently demonstrated a deep commitment to parent choice. His leadership and dedication to empowering parents to make decisions for children are exactly what our community needs. Those opposing Dr. Bean spread lies about charter saying they are for-profit. In California, charter schools are required by law to be profit entities. Charter schools are held accountable to the same academic standards as traditional public schools and must follow federal laws that apply to all public schools. Charter schools are schools that are independently operated and provide families with an alternative to traditional public schools. Thank you for considering Dr. Bean. I also want to share my support for you by standing against Newman Men and their SB 907.
Thank you. Jim Bieber, and on deck, Alan.
Before coming, I did some research on SB 907 and the Daily Pilot, which is an organ of the LA Times, had a hint that said, is the bill to reconfigure the Board of Education and its elections about democracy, politics. And if that headline is asking it, we know the cat's out of the bag, and the public knows the cat's out of the bag. It is the most craven power grab. Success is their anger and their ire and their backdoor approach to crushing you and crushing so many parents who have found sanctuary in a charter school that they can send their children to, is to do this slimy backdoor approach with his cabal in Sacramento, targeting you because you're successful in representing the taxpayer and parents. And I hope that our new superintendent adheres to your wishes and those of the public and works to crush this legislation or sue to prevent it from ever being enacted. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Parker Allen, and on deck would be Nettie Chow, and then our last one would be Brigitta Knight.
Hi, good evening. My name is Parker Allen. Thank you for circling back to us. I appreciate it. I'm a staff member at Suncoast Preparatory Academy, and I just wanted to come out to thank the board for your ongoing support of our school and for your opposition of SB 209 or SB 907. Sorry about that. Your dedication to all your constituents makes programs like ours possible. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Nettie Chow, and on deck is Brigitta Knight.
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be here, and I thank you for your great work. My name is Brigitta Kneip, and I'm the mother of 6-year-old twin daughters. 1, 2. I stand before you to express my unwavering support for the Orange County Board of Education as they oppose SB 907, and the OCB diligently represents our constituents and offer a multitude of educational options within the Orange County public school system. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the board members for their steadfast commitment and courage, especially in the face of adversity, and championing the Suncoast program that I am part of. We are part of the charter school, and I love Suncoast and Heidi. I urge each one of you to support the school board against the SB 907. And I'm new to Orange County. I've only been here a couple of years, but I also just heard about the doctor. I'm
completely in support of him as well. What do you say, Charlotte?
No.
Thank you. All right. And our final speaker would be Nettie Chow. If she was there you are. Okay, perfect.
Hi, thank you. I'm continuing for Linda Cohn. When Linda Cohn met with Dr. Mujeres and Mr. Cohn afterwards, I focused, meaning Linda, on two particularly disturbing lectures by Mahmoud Ibrahim and Keres Hussam Ayuloush. Drawing on 15 years of research and experience, I argued that these two presentations were factually inaccurate. I objected to Dr. Ibrahim's shockingly one-sided versions of Israel's founding. I described Mr. Ayuloush denigrating comments about Christian beliefs as completely inappropriate. To my surprise and chagrin, Mr. Cole was not concerned about the way Islam was presented. What happened on October 7th last year clearly shows the reimagining of history is not serving us well. We need leaders who will stand strong and restore academic integrity to public education. Dr. Stefan Bean is such a leader and the best candidate for Orange County Superintendent of Schools. Thank you for your dedication. That was for Linda. Now I'm speaking for myself. Yes, please elect Dr. Stefan Bean. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's all we have for current public comment.
All right. Well, as usual, you guys do not disappoint. I'm always inspired. I'm educated. How lovely your gift. I haven't even seen it yet, but that's extremely thoughtful, and I know we're all very appreciative of that. So I look forward to that. Thank you. So with that, we'll proceed, and we will go to, let's see, the consent calendar, items 4 through 8. Does any member
I'll move to approve those.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Item number 9. Renee, do we have any charter submissions this evening?
We do. We have one from Orange County Classical Academy, and so it's material revision. So the public hearing will be at your next board meeting on June 18th, and then board action on July 3rd. I believe those already came to you in your Friday packets.
Yes, we got them. Thank you. So we look forward to that. Okay.
Just a reminder that I'm recused from OCCA. So I burned my notebook that you sent.
Okay. Item number 10, the charter school public hearing for Ednovate. OC College Prep countywide petition. Araceli Chastain, please come up and facilitate for us.
Good evening, President Shaw and trustees. Today, the board will hold a hearing to consider public input regarding the Ednovate OC College Prep countywide charter petition, which was submitted on April 15th. The charter school proposes to operate a classroom-based program serving students from transitional kindergarten through grade 12. The charter petitioner notified 4 school districts of their intent to open facilities: Capistrano Unified, Garden Grove Unified, Santa Ana Unified, and Tustin Unified. Before public comments, representatives from the charter school are allotted 15 minutes to address the board. I now call representatives from Ednovate OC College Prep to the podium.
All right. Good evening, President Shaw, distinguished trustees, county staff, and members of the amazing community here. Before we jump in, I want to do a little quick recognition. Are there any Legacy Lions in the house? Excellent. Wonderful. Wonderful. We are here this evening to talk to you about our charter petition for Orange County College Prep. We are members of Ednovate Charter Schools here, and we spend this time talking to you a little bit about what we do and why we believe that you should approve this charter. Before we begin here at Ednovate, I'd like to read our mission. Normally when I'm doing this, I make the students read the mission, but let me introduce myself. My name is Mide McCauley. I am the chief of schools here at Ednovate. I've been at Ednovate since day one. I'm the oldest person. No, I've been at Ednovate the longest, not the oldest. But our mission here at Ednovate is to create positive multi-generational change by providing college prep tuition-free education with a focus on first-generation college-bound high schoolers across Southern California. We believe in the academic promise of each student. We set high expectations and boost our students with strong supports and personalized counseling and mentoring, which brings into clear focus that vision of college success and a bright future. It's been great to hear everybody here really talk about their desire for quality education. I loved the invocation at the beginning of this. We all talked about our unified mission and our unified desire, and this board's unified commitment to Orange County and high quality education for every single student in this county. And that's what we are also about here at Ednovate. We value teamwork. We believe that we can't do this work without joy in our schools. We believe in integrity and ensuring that everything that we do and expect of ourselves as the adults at Ednovate is the same thing, that we hold our students accountable in the same manner. We also believe in mastery, that we can all get better, and our students continuously demonstrate that every single day. But more importantly, we also believe in the strength of our community, and we've been thrilled to be a part of this community, and I will talk to you about our journey and what we continue to do here at Ednovate. Ednovate was started many years ago in 2012 in partnership with USC. Fight on to any Trojans. I'm a proud alum myself. We started Ednovate in partnership with the USC School of Education, and I was fortunate enough to come in as a founding science teacher where we started our very first school, USC Hybrid High. And then I shortly after that had the fortunate opportunity to become the principal of USC Hybrid High. It gave me great joy when we graduated our very first class in the 2016 year with 100% college acceptance, setting a high bar for what we believe every single student deserves, with 100% college high school graduation rate as well too. Because of that proven record of success, we were approved for our second charter, and we opened East College Prep, serving the Lincoln Heights community in Los Angeles. But that wasn't enough for us. We believe that Orange County students also develop high quality education. And that allowed us to come in, and with the approval of the board, we opened up Legacy College Prep in Santa Ana. Under the great leadership of Principal Evelyn Castro, Legacy College Prep has demonstrated a high level of success. And that proven track record, again, allowed us to open up a few more schools: Brio College Prep, Esperanza College Prep. And then, unfortunately, we had the pandemic in 2020. We could not celebrate the big party of Legacy's first graduating class, but it's great to see them all graduating universities now in 2024. But Legacy's first high school class, graduation class, had 100% college acceptance. And and in 5 years, they've maintained that streak of 100% college acceptance. Again, continuing to deliver on the promise that we have made to every single one of our families that have joined our Ednovate family. We've opened up South LA College Prep. They just had their first graduating class, also with 100% college acceptance. And then we're looking forward to opening up our new school, Ednovate Encore Arts and Media College Prep, this fall. Here at Ednovate, we believe in serving all of our students, and we ensure that we open our campus to a wide variety of students. Our demographic is robust. Our demographic ensures that every single student is a member of the community, and it can be seen and can belong in our schools. We have students with learning differences. We have EL students. We have students with various socioeconomic backgrounds and ethnic backgrounds as well too, because we believe that every single student deserves a high quality education. Over the last several years that we've been in existence with our 6 schools, we've had overall a 99% college acceptance rate. We have now over 1,000 alumni having tremendous global impact across not only Southern California, but across the nation. Our schools have been recognized as California's distinguished high schools. Our schools have also been recognized as one of the best charter high schools in the state, as well as also being recognized as part of the best high schools also in the country, just as Legacy was also included in that list as one of the top high schools in the country. We believe in hiring a diverse staff everywhere. I tell my students I will go to the moon to find the best teachers for you. And we believe in the best education in front of us is really going to make us be successful. And we've continued to demonstrate that as well, too. But we also believe in being responsible of this work. We have great sight and ensure that we're fiscally sound with a great support of our board L2, ensuring that we're producing and delivering on our commitment to every single student and the communities that we serve. Our impact is diverse and impact is tremendous. Over 99% of our students are gaining acceptance to four-year universities. 99% of our students meet all the A through G requirements because we are high schools and we believe that every single student should be able to be eligible to attend a Cal State OSU. Our students wait in 6 years of universities that they attend. I'm excited to see it once again. Legacy students graduating right now. They have their graduation this Saturday. So if any one of you would like to join us at their graduation this Saturday, please let us know. And our students local here in Orange County, attending great universities such as Chapman, UC Irvine, Cal State Fullerton, Vanguard, Santa Ana College, and USC as well too. We also believe that the impact of our educational work that we're doing in the classroom is also yielding great results. Our graduates, again, are enrolled in great universities across the nation, but not only at our academic performance across compared to neighborhood schools, not only in the district, across the state as well too. Our schools are performing tremendously well across in English, math, in college readiness. Our reclassification rate is tremendous. We're really proud of the work that we're doing with the classroom. Magic happens because of the great work that and the structures that we've set into place. Here at Ednovate, we have what we call our Ednovate way. We believe in having a strong teamwork foundation of highly educated individuals who work collaboratively, because when we model that for us, that's the same they're also going to exhibit. We believe in what we call a caring and accountable culture that is to unite ourselves, allows us to really that every single student again feels seen. And our operational excellence is tremendous. We also do this by focusing on three key areas: the personalization and purpose and community. And I'll talk a little bit about that shortly. Our Ednovate is personalized. We want to give our students what they need when they need it. We believe that by ensuring that our personalized educational model is catering to the needs of our students, we're able to them where we're able to analyze what students' levels are, and we're able to give the right tools in order to develop their own best talents. And because we do that, they're able to find purpose. Think to yourselves when you're in high school, and if I were to ask you, what do you want to do? For me, as a high schooler, I had no clue. I always wish I went to an Ednovate school, because at Ednovate, we allow our students to dream. We allow us to see the possibilities, allow our students to find purpose. Because when they find that purpose, when they go, they become meaningful citizens for our. And while in that community, they're able to continue to revitalize, create multi-generational change, not only for themselves, but for their families as well. And the way that we do this is through our whole child approach. School isn't just about reading, math, science, history. School needs to be about the development of the full child. It needs to be about the development of the individual child. A lot of times we spend our time and energy and focus on just their academic proficiencies. But at Ednovate, we see the whole child. We believe that by focusing on what the students' strengths are, we can go beyond that. We can actually reach our students and ensure that they maximize their potential. We'll focus on the college rigor. We'll get you into college. We'll focus on the mastery and ensure that they pass all their classes. But we also want to ensure that they're critical thinkers, that they can analyze material, that they can access information and make informed decisions. We also want to lean into their social-emotional learning so that they can understand how to process their own feelings, process their own emotional needs, know how to interact with each other and make informed decisions for themselves. And we want them to also find that purpose, that true purpose and the essence of why they're doing the work that they're doing. And so that they can be present every single day in a purposeful life in a meaningful way. Our parents charge us with a commitment that they believe that we need to provide the best education for their students. And the only way that we can do that is by ensuring that we are giving our students and seeing our students fully, the whole child. I said earlier, positive multi-generational change. This is something that's very important to us. The words, positive multi-generational change. I heard many of our speakers talk about their own desires and what they want for their families and the impact that education has had on their lives. And this is what we do here at Ednovate. We want our students to have tremendous impact, not just for themselves, but multi-generational change. This is what we want to continue to do here in Orange County. We've done it, and we want to continue doing it. We ask our students to serve their community by serving and completing what we call positive multi-generational change hours, community service, internships. We ask our students to explore from 9th grade, know yourself, know your community in the 10th grade. Then we tell them, know your nation in 11th grade. And then we tell them in the 12th grade, know your world. By participating in these research journeys or performance journeys, they're able to take their classroom learning, apply it to real-world applications, and again, find that purpose. So that when they become 12th graders, they can ask this question: how will you take everything that you've learned and how will you continue to make a positive multi-generational change? What will be your lifelong impact on this world? Now, this work, we've done it here in Orange County. We want to continue doing it. My colleague is going to talk to you about the benefits of this countywide charter school and why we believe that this is a great option for Orange County.
Good evening, President Shaw, distinguished trustees. My name is Katie Hart. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for Ednovate. And I've been with Ednovate actually since we launched, or since we were authorized to open a Legacy College Prep back in 2015. So this is my 9th year at Ednovate. First and foremost, I wanted to share a few of our reasons for seeking approval for a countywide benefit charter. First and foremost, we want to leverage our unique high school model to serve more families and students across the county. Shortly, you'll get to hear from some of our staff, families, students, alumni, but with limited time, not everyone will have the opportunity to speak. So I want to take a moment to ask those from across the community, both in Orange County and even from Los Angeles, some have traveled, who took the time this evening to show up in support for this proposed charter to please stand up. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for being here. And thank you all for being part of the Ednovate family. So I want to share, we are truly proud of the impact our approach to high school has had on the students of Santa Ana and the surrounding neighborhoods. As Mr. Mack mentioned, the 5th year in a row, 100% of Legacy graduates have been accepted into a four-year university. Through our PMC programming that we just heard details about, we are so confident that our graduates are going to go on to college or their careers with a deep sense of purpose and how they can positively impact their community. A countywide charter is going to ensure stability for our campuses and equitable evaluation of all the campuses based on student impact. It will also allow us to innovate further on our current model and potentially offer multi-campus programs that are unmatched by any school or single school district. It is our goal across Ednovate to create a cohesive school community. We fully embrace the notion of better together. By having the opportunity to operate as a single, unified entity, we can strengthen unity and collaboration amongst our future campuses, not only in practice, but also in structure. Another goal for us is equitable access and engagement throughout the county. And as we have shared this evening, our program is unique. We want to ensure that we are reaching all the families who feel like this is the right choice for their student. So we are strategically planning to locate in areas near district boundaries where communities intersect and where community partners such as community colleges are close by. Finally, we see a huge opportunity for operational and fiscal efficiencies. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration this evening.
The hearing's now open for 15 minutes of public comments. Dr. Sparks, please call for the first speaker.
Okay. 1 minute. Yeah. Because we have almost 8 to 10 speakers and we only have 15 minutes total. So we're going to go a minute or less for each speaker. So first I'll call Olivia Martinez, and on deck is Evelyn Castro.
All right.
Okay. I don't know if, can you do the thing for a minute and a half? Okay, 90 seconds.
For everybody?
I just want to make sure everyone can go. That's the thing.
There's 15 minutes. So that would work.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Olivia Martinez.
Oh. 1 second, we're getting the timer ready. because we did a little. Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Olivia Martinez, and I'm a proud ninth grade student at Legacy College Prep. I am honored to share my academic journey with you. I'm the proud daughter of Mexican Americans who instilled in me and my sister the power of a high-quality education. I have attended small schools my entire academic journey, and for that has been the best approach to individualized learning and a strong college pathway. I live in Irvine, but have always attended small schools in Santa Ana because I wanted a small school that offered dual language and dual enrollment. I'm currently taking Spanish as a second language and college courses through the Santa Ana and Santiago Canyon Community College programs. By the end of this summer, I will already have 9 college credits as a freshman in high school. This is a testament to the support and partnership that Legacy and Ednovate provide. Extracurricular activities and leadership opportunities at Legacy played a significant role in my personal development. I am a part of the student government, debate club, the Chick-fil-A leadership, Girls Inc., and Congressman Luke Carrera's student leadership program, just to name a few. I have learned essential skills such as teamwork responsibilities and effective communication. These experiences have helped shape me into a well-rounded individual ready to take on future challenges. At Legacy College Prep, the teachers and staff are generally dedicated to success. They go above and beyond to ensure that each student receives the individualized attention and support we need to thrive. I am grateful that we have high-quality education options in our community that give students like me opportunities to reach our full potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Evelyn Castro, and on deck is Keisha Betanzas.
Okay. I also think we're combining all of our time, so I may go a little bit over 1:30, but altogether we'll be under the 15. Good evening, President Shaw and board members. My name is Evelyn Castro, and I have the honor of serving as Legacy's College Prep's founding principal. Yay! This is my 9th year with Ednovate, and also Legacy College Prep's 8th year. I have chosen year after year to return to Ednovate because the educational experience that we provide our students and family aligns to my own vision and values for what I think all children deserve. As a mother of a 5-year-old, leading a school and network where I would enroll my own daughter Camila is a non-negotiable for me. I stand in front of you today feeling extremely proud to say that Legacy and Ednovate is this place where I would enroll my own daughter. I am proud that despite our first founding classes being impacted by the pandemic, they were all admitted to 4 universities. And as we are getting ready to graduate our 5th class this Saturday, that this continues to be a reality, and to celebrate our 3rd class in a row where 100% of seniors have been eligible and admitted to the Cal State University system. Yes. I am proud that per our quarterly surveys, the staff satisfaction of our students, parents, and families is consistently strong, which has led to increase in our enrollment, 46 more students than what we had this exact date last year, and a staff retention rate where 100% of our teachers are returning next year. I am proud that we serve the same demographic as Santa Ana Unified, where students with learning differences are mastering their classes year after year, where we have access to the same opportunities as general education students. As an individual who came to this country from Ecuador and started 7th grade here, I am proud of the language supports that we provide our newcomers and students who are still developing their language to ensure that their time is with us, they're experiencing growth.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Keisha Betanzas, and on deck is Gloria Saltero.
Good evening. My name is Keisha Betanzas. I'm a proud 12th grade student at Legacy College Prep and Ednovate Charter School. I am honored to speak with you today to share my incredible experience at Legacy and how they positively impacted my life. I started my high school journey at a different, much larger high school, but unfortunately experienced extreme challenges. I faced bullying, which took a toll on my mental health and academic motivation. By the end of freshman year, I had lost my ambition, and my parents recognized that I needed change. As transitioning to a new high school as a junior can be scary, but from the very first day, I felt welcomed with open arms. One of the most significant aspects of my experience has been the emphasis on college readiness. From the start, we are encouraged to set high academic goals and are provided with guidance to achieve them. Ednovate schools help us create positive multi-generational change. In the last 2 years, I went from failing classes to earning straight A's, and now I am a member of Cheer, ASB, and Student Ambassador, and I feel loved and respected. As I transition into college this fall at Fresno State, I feel well prepared and ready to take this journey, because Legacy provided me support and the confidence to transition to something new. Because of Innovate, I will be the first in my family to go to college. I'm confident with your continued support, students will have the opportunity to benefit from this exceptional education that Innovate schools provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Otero and on Tong Din.
We have a Spanish speaker.
Okay.
We have a translator.
Buenas tardes, miembros. Mi nombre es Gloria Soltero y soy la orgullosa mamá de Emily, conmigo. Ella atiende a Legacy College Prep. Estoy aquí para compartir la increíble experiencia que hemos tenido como parte de la comunidad de Innovate y cómo ha impactado positivamente a mi hija y a nuestra familia.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Gloria Soltero, and I am the proud mom of Emily Lopez, who's sitting over there from Legacy College Prep, and I am here to share the incredible experience that we have had as part of the Innovate community and how it has positively impacted my daughter and family.
Yo soy de México y me mudé aquí en busca de mejores oportunidades. Crecí en una comunidad donde las oportunidades educativas eran limitadas y sabía que quería algo diferente para mis hijos. Una escuela donde pudiera prosperar y alcanzar su máximo potencial. Cuando descubrimos Legacy, supe que habíamos encontrado un lugar especial. Desde que llegamos a Legacy, nos hemos sentido bienvenidos y apoyados. Para mí, Legacy ha sido como una familia. Siempre para brindarnos apoyo, especialmente porque aquí en Orange County no tengo suficiente familia. Una de mis partes favoritas es que ayudan a que Emily se involucre en la comunidad. Emily es parte de Boys and Girls Club y es el liderazgo estudiantil con el congresista Correa. Y se va a graduar de Legacy el sábado.
Keep going.
Okay. Estoy muy orgullosa porque atender a UCLA, fue aceptada.
Wow.
¿Quiero que traducir? Donde estudiará biología y se preparará para convertirse en una optometrista.
So, I am from Mexico, and I moved here looking for better opportunities. I grew up in a community where academic opportunities were limited, and I knew that I wanted something different for my children, a school where they could prosper and reach their maximum potential. When we discovered Legacy, we knew that we had found a very special place. From there, we found Legacy, and we have felt very welcomed and supported. So for me, Legacy has been the always there to bring support, and especially because we don't have a lot of family here. One of my favorite parts is that they help Emily get involved in the community. Emily is part of the Boys and Girls Club and also part of the student leadership with Congress Correa. She will graduate from Legacy this Saturday. Very proudly, Emily will be assisting UCLA, where she will study biology and will become an optometrist.
Estoy muy agradecida con todos los que han hecho posible y emocionada por el futuro. La dedicación y el esfuerzo del personal de la CNV han fundamentales en el de mi hija y estamos eternamente agradecidos con ello.
I am very thankful for all that have made this possible and very excited for the future. The dedication and effort from the schools have Innovate have really been fundamental in the success of my daughter's success, and we are eternally grateful for that.
Thank you. Gloria Soltero, and on deck is Tong Din.
On deck is Tong Din?
You're Tong Din.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, I got distracted there. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Tong Din. I work at Legacy College Prep here in Santa Ana. This is my 6th year with Innovate, and I teach chemistry. I chose to work at Innovate because of the positive multi-generational change in our school's vision and our network's vision. Growing up in Orange County as a first-generation scholar, I experienced the unknown road of higher education. Here at Innovate, we embed structures and checkpoints for our students to experience success in obtaining opportunities beyond their high school endeavor. Innovate is less like school and more like family. We pride ourselves in building a community where every staff and student has a sense of belonging. At Innovate, I am not just teaching students, but preparing them for adulthood. We want to help students to be kind and become responsible decision makers that positively contribute to their community. Our curriculum is designed more than academic success in mind. We believe that truly successful education includes helping students define and refine the purpose to their path to success. Innovate students have a near 99% college acceptance rate, and here at Legacy, it is 100%. Given our data, all of our team members are committed to our students. The support from our administrators allow us to grow and take on leadership roles to grow professionally. We're always looking for the next best thing because that's what our students deserve. Our innovative model, culture of care, and commitment to personalized learning creates a transformative educational experience for both students and educators. I am honored to be part of a network that empowers students to find their passion and purpose and setting them up on a path to success in college, as well as their life and career. Thank you.
Thank you. Saida Zaidi and Bobby Magellan is on deck.
Saida Zaidi.
Yes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Saida Zaidi, and I'm a proud parent of Alam Zaidi. She's a 10th grader at Legacy College Prep. I'm honored to share our family's experience and the positive impact that Adnovate School has made on our lives. I was born and raised in Pakistan and living in a third world country for most of my life. I understood the limited educational opportunities that we had there. When we migrated to US, I hoped for a private school education for my daughter, believing it was the best path to success. However, the private schools were very expensive, and coming to Legacy, my daughter transferred from a shy, quiet student to a shining star, and she is, I think, Adnovate's number one advocate. Adnovate's number one advocate. I've seen her transform from a very shy, quiet girl to a very shining star. Because of Adnovate, we have hope. My daughter and I feel welcomed and safe. Thank you for considering more schools like Legacy College Prep so other families can experience the same positive impact we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Magellan, and on deck is Jenny Aquas.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Bobby Magayan. I was part of Legacy College Prep's first graduating class of 2020. Let's go! And there's so many great things I want to share about Legacy, but today I'm going to share just one short story that took place during my senior year of high school. I was at Legacy in my first period AP government class, and this class was no walk in the park, right? This class was hard. And in this specific class, Miss Winger, she asked me question after question in front of the class. And at the end of the class, Miss Winger pulled me aside, and I'll never forget this moment. She looked at me, and she was smiling, and she said, "Bobby, I hope I don't come over on you too hard. I just expect you to do great things because I know you will do great things." And this story encapsulates my experience at Legacy. Legacy isn't just a school, it's a tight-knit family dedicated to pushing academic boundaries and fostering success. I just graduated from Pepperdine with a bachelor's in religion and a minor in sociology. And in my career path, I now publicly speak to hundreds of people, wives, brothers, sisters, aunts, dogs, even cats, using my voice to foster positive, multi-generational change. But it all started at Adnovate. Legacy College Prep. See, Legacy College Prep wasn't just a chapter in my life. It was the foundation of my success. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenny, you're up.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Aguas, and I'm the Senior Director of Family Engagement and Advocacy at Adnovate. I have the privilege of working closely with over 2,400 parents and community partners. The Adnovate model embraces a community school approach, emphasizing the importance of working in partnership with the entire school community to address the whole child needs, because we recognize we cannot do this work alone. I proudly stand with parents today from Orange County, downtown Los Angeles, South Los Angeles, and East LA, all who came together as strong partners committed to one common goal: to create positive multi-generational change in our communities. At the same time, we have collaborated with several organizations throughout Orange County and Los Angeles, including LULAC, Latino Health Access, OC Families Together, El Salvador Center, and Cal Optima, to name a few. Many of these organizations have provided letters of support, and I will now share a few highlights from their testimonies. Project Youth OC said, "Our mission of keeping at-risk youth in school healthy and family strengthening closely aligns with Ednovate's whole child approach. Ednovate's expansion can strengthen the ecosystem of youth-serving organizations, amplifying the collective impact." The Mix Academy writes, "As an arts and education organization serving Santa Ana youth, we share Ednovate's commitment to empowering students through creativity, expression, and real-world learning." Today, you heard from our networks, including parents, students, staff, and teachers. They embody the positive multi-generational change we strive for. I hope our stories resonate with you and underscore the importance of providing high-quality educational options for families. We encourage you to be part of the story in creating PMC
Thank
for
you.
Orange County and approve our countywide petition to make a lasting impact in the community.
Thank you. Araceli, go ahead.
The public hearing is now concluded. The Orange County Board of Education staff recommendations, including recommended findings, will be published by June 18th. At the July 3rd meeting, the board will conduct a public hearing and take action to grant or deny the charter petition. President Shaw, I now close the public hearing and return the meeting to you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. So we'll go to board questions. I'll try to mix it up. Maybe I'll start with Dr. Williams.
Not so much questions, but statements that I'm truly impressed with what you've done. To educate these kids and get them to college is truly amazing and extraordinary. So congratulations. And you will have my vote of support.
Trustee Barkey?
My comments are similar to Ken's. It's so impressive what you've done, 100% going to college, just all the things are amazing. And the fact that you could get all these people from Los Angeles here on a Wednesday night at 5 o'clock, that's a huge testament. You have quite a crowd here, and just listening to them, listening to you, very, very impressive. And you've really moved me, and I'm thrilled to be able to help you expand.
Dr. Sparks?
Well, I echo what my board members have said. I just want to share a little story that shows the strength and resilience and persistence of what I've seen with you all at Legacy College Prep. I remember when Trustee Barkey and I were first elected in 2018. Shortly after that, you were reaching out to your representative, who's no longer on the board, and you were not getting any response. And so you came to me, and I met with several of you at a coffee shop and to hear your stories. And you had people on test days showing up in gorilla suits, jumping up and down, trying to disrupt your test scores. And I just couldn't believe it. I'd never heard anything like that. And so I was talking with a particular family, and they were sort of afraid. Should they keep their kid in the school? Is it going to be okay? And so we had very intense discussions about pushing through. And really reaching your personal best so that you would have that pathway to college. And sure enough, that family made it, as well as all of you, and I'm so proud of you. So.
Did you actually see the gorilla suits, or
I heard about
you
it.
heard about it?
Yeah, I didn't see it, but I was dismayed.
Boy, never a dull moment, huh? All right, Trustee Valdez.
I just have a few questions. I guess I think you said your name is Katie and Mr. Mack. Would you guys go back up there, because I saw some statistics that I think are important for Orange County constituents to see. So on one of the slides up there, I think I saw that you have 2,500 students total. Is that more or less the correct number? Is that the current student count?
Yeah, more or less so, across all of our schools.
Okay, and 93% are Latinx, right?
Yes.
So Latino, Latina, 93% of them. 85%, does that mean free reduced lunch?
Yes.
Okay, so we are talking about lower income kids, generally speaking.
Yes.
Right? 14% of them are special ed.
Yes.
5% black.
Yes.
I think I saw 13% ELL. What is ELL?
Those are English language learners.
Okay. They used to be referred to as ESL. All right. Okay. So, all right. So with all, particularly the 85% free reduced lunch, with that economic demographic challenge, and despite that, you have a better than 99% college acceptance rate for the students that attend your schools.
That's correct.
See, I really think it's important for me to highlight and clarify that, because I take a fair amount of criticism for approving these. That, I am routinely, people know who I am, and even just this Sunday, I was down with my son in downtown, and someone who is not a supporter of these came to me, and I'm trying to end the public school system. So I want to just make clear why I'm doing this. Your numbers are extraordinary with lower demographic, economically disadvantaged kids, and that's why I approve these. So I just wanted to say that.
Don't go too far. I just ask a quick one too. I'm such a courteous president. You see, I let my colleagues go. I saw one of your slides. So if you're about percent college acceptance, 97% to a four-year university. We're talking only 2% go to community college. Is that the remaining? I assume.
Yeah. So that's our college acceptance rate.
Okay.
So over the years since our very first graduating class in 2016. And so students don't get accepted for university are either going to community colleges or they're going to trade schools, they're going into the military or going into the workforce. We are college prep high schools, but we still have a lot of students. We ensure every single student is able to apply to a university. Some students go on different paths and different journeys, and so we support them equally.
That just seemed to me to be only number would be doing college or trade school. That was remarkable. But from the comments, a freshman taking college courses, that's quite remarkable. I'm a community college teacher myself, actually, so that I've had plenty of schools. They're usually juniors and seniors, not. I don't know that I've had a freshman. So how does that work? How is it ready to take a college level course as a freshman? I mean,
yeah, one of our core tenets in our innovative model is giving that exposure, and so we have an early partnership with Santa College that allows our students from the 9th grade to begin taking those college classes. Our goal is that by the time they graduate with us, that they have almost about 2 years worth of college credits for themselves. As you know, college can be expensive. I wish I had 2 years of college credits saved up by the time I got to college. And so this partnership allows us to start from 9th grade on, and we continue to gradually build that core of students from 9th grade and so forth.
Well, thank you very much. So we're just going to hold off to the next meeting for a vote. I think we wanted to take a picture. Is that what the plan is? Okay, so how are we going to do this? Who's in charge of the picture? How do you this? So do all the board will come up front, and anyone who from the school wants to come will take a picture? And then after the picture, we'll probably just take a 10-minute break. How's that? Because I know you guys will want to leave. It looks better if the chairs are kind of... 11, Unity update. Araceli, I believe, will be. No. My notes say Araceli.
This is actually at the request of the board, so for Unity. I'm
Oh,
not
yeah.
sure what questions. Yeah, that was the
Yeah.
board's request.
Okay.
We
You
wanted to
put,
get an update.
you put call Araceli to the podium.
I'm sorry.
It's not my
We're
fault.
trying to see how much you're keeping up.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
So just questions from the board about Unity? Or
Yes, we
there's
do
no
have public
report?
comments, though.
Okay.
Okay.
So do we want to hear the public comment first, or do we want to hear?
It's the,
Yeah, sure. Public
Okay.
comments fine.
So we have public comments related to Unity, and we'll go a minute or less if we could. William Zolch is up first, and on deck is Lauren Gonzalez.
Good evening, William Zolch. I'm a board member with Unity Middle College High School, and I am so proud of this school. I've heard 100% the same for Unity. 100% teacher retention, staff retention, 100% graduation. It's a great turnaround, I think, for this last year that the school has seen, and the board is very strong. I'm a lawyer myself, having been raised in Orange County schools all the way through college, all our children, Orange County. And we have 2 lawyers on the board, 2 PhDs, an educator, and proud parents. So the board is a very strong board, becoming, as you can tell, more and more professional. So we are committed to reducing it of Unity and making it a success in the future.
Thank you. Lauren Gonzalez, and on deck is Chelsea Zonick.
Hi, everyone. My name is Gonzalez. I'm the executive director at Unity. The last time I was here was last year when I was accepting the role as the new executive director and the responsibility of helping Unity to reach its potential. I'm very pleased to tell you that we have made great strides toward that goal. I know you'd like to hear about some of the financial pieces, which we'll get to in a little bit. But before we do that, I wanted to make sure that you hear a bit more about the whole picture. Did you know that 100% of our seniors are graduating from high school this year? Have you heard that 100% staff plans to return in the fall? Were you aware that we had 0 new enrollment in June of last year? Now, later, we have 16 new students applying to join our community, with more on the horizon. May I brag a bit and share that 2 of our seniors have earned the California Seal of Biliteracy Award, and that we have reclassified 3% of our multilingual learners. I hope you'll be pleased to hear that 17 of our seniors are headed to UCs in the fall, backed by scholarships as well. I have lots more to say, but I know that's the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we have Chelsea Zonick, and on deck is Roy Kim. Oh.
Good evening, board members. This is Chelsea Zonick, and I'm a freshman and student ambassador at Unity Middle College High School. Within my first year as a freshman at Unity, my level of confidence has increased from having a smaller class size and supportive teachers. I begged my parents to send me Unity instead of a normal school because I had an opportunity of completing not only a diploma, but a chance to an associate's degree in 4 years from the college courses that are offered. I found that the teachers are passionate, more accessible to attaining my goals, and provide good support to my classmates. I don't feel like just a number. As a result of my teachers advanced in math, English, and science by completing honor status for these courses. Unity has paved a path for my classmates and I in achieving the best opportunity for college. Thank you for your time and for sharing my experience at Unity Middle College.
Roy is up, and Shelley Zonick is.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Roy Kim. I've been with Unity for about 5 years now, and we've faced a lot of challenges, at least. But I feel like we've kind of took on the right direction now. I will save a lot for regarding the fiscal side of the school. But I'm really hopeful, not only hopeful, but I'm really excited about the future of Unity.
Thank you. Shelley Zonick, and on deck,
Hi, I'm Shelley Zonick, and I am a parent of Chelsea's. Just gave you a speech about her first year at Unity, and I'm extremely excited about this school. Like she said, she did beg her parents to come there, and it was a struggle through junior high for her. And as a result of going to this school, she was very quiet, very shy, but she had excelled. I'm very proud of her. And I have seen this school really turn from August of last year to June of this year, where I saw very little parent support, and now I see a great growth of parent support. There were over 30 parents present for the award ceremony just this week. We're 5 in January. So I see the great turn that this school is taking, and I see the pride in these teachers and the excitement and the passion they have to get these kids not only through their high school education, but an opportunity to get their AA degree. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yanira Bernal, you're on.
Good evening, board members. My name is Yanira Bernal. I am a board member at Unity Middle College High School and a proud parent to a sophomore as well who happens to have an IEP and is thriving in his environment. I'd like to give testimony to the great work that is being done at Unity with the hard work of Mrs. Gonzalez and the entire staff at the school. My son started as a 9th grader last year, and speaking in transparency, at that time, there was a lot of uncertainty noted. From administration to teachers up and leaving, the school was giving a left in limbo vibe. As a parent, that was not a good feeling. With the steadfast commitment to Unity, Mrs. Gonzalez came in and alongside with the staff has created stability and a positive environment for our children. There's consistency and constant communication, eliminating doubts and feelings of uncertainty. As a mother and board member, I believe in Unity. I look forward to working with a positive momentum to give our children all the opportunities to have a successful educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you.
Terrific. So I guess we just go to board questions. If we have any, I'll mix it up this time. I'll start with you, Dr. Sparks.
Okay. Roy, why don't you come on up, and also you, the principal, come on up, and if you just could explain, I mean, we have some financial questions. If you could sort of explain the turnaround of the last year and what's the current status.
Yes. So obviously the number one concern that we had coming into this year was the enrollment. Unity has always had financial difficulties with our history of enrollment from ranging from about, I think the highest that we've had maybe was 100 students. And this current year is our lowest enrollment at 53. I think we're at 56 now. So obviously we had a lot of concerns. 58. We've had a lot of concerns going into the school year, how we're going to be able to be fiscally solvent. But we've had a lot of support in various areas. One of it making the most impact on our budget is the grant writing that we did last year. So we received California Community School Partnership Grant, CCSPP, of $200,000, K-12 SWP, Strong Workforce Program, with another $200,000. We have also received the ERTC, Employee Retention Tax Credit funds. So a lot of combination of grants that we have received. We are, working into our operating expenses to be able to float a school year with 58 students. We are still looking to end the school year with a positive net income current school year. We're actually looking at about $150,000 of net income the current school year. And growing into the next, 2, 3, 4 years, we're taking very modest efforts in our enrollment projections. I know we've been very optimistic in the past. So next year we're projecting 75 students. And so I think that would be a very attainable number. And with 75 students going into 93 students the following year, we're able to have a steady net income to eventually pay off our debts.
Now to the principal, Gonzalez, right? Executive director, executive principal, yeah.
Both, either one.
All of them. All the titles. Okay. So can you speak to that, to the numbers? What is your recruitment strategy, and what gives you the confidence that that those numbers are going to come in?
So we have been placing advertisements. We've been reaching out to local schools. We've been going out and publishing ourselves in the ways we can. We've done some recruitment through community events in the city of Orange. But honestly and truly, the hardest work that we've been doing is rebuilding the trust of our community. I don't know how I can go out there and sell something that I don't believe in. And so this year has been about rebuilding the trust of our community to make sure that we have we're putting our money where our mouth is and making sure that everybody can agree with what I'm saying that we're doing and what we attempt to do. We started out in June of last year, I think, with 47 students. And at the height, we had a couple kids who moved a couple of weeks ago. We were at 60. So we did nothing but grow all year. I know that it's not at the rate that everybody was really hoping for, but I am incredibly proud of the work that I have managed because I cannot do it without the team. The team is incredible. We have people who've been coming in to help who have said multiple times over that they cannot believe how passionate and willing to dedicate their time that our staff is. I've worked in a variety of places and know that it's really hard to find a community that's willing to, stand behind a lot of the struggles that we've faced. And I'm really, really, really proud of the work that we have done. I know we have a lot of work to do. But I can say with great certainty that with the community that we're building, that there's nothing but forward momentum ahead.
Well, we really appreciate you all coming today and being willing to answer our questions and thank you for your dedication and hard work because I know it's not easy what you guys are doing. But that's all I have for now. I'll toss it to my other board members.
Working on a sneeze. Dr. Williams.
So to bring about some historic update with the school. So this was a school that struggled and had challenges from the very beginning. Aaron Craig, who is the founding executive director, who was an extraordinary human being, got pregnant, became a mom, and withdrew herself as the leader there at the school. The school struggled trying to find an identity, trying to find the new leader, and I think they found it in Lauren. Lauren is an extraordinary human being. She has lots of experience in running charter schools. I think you came from the San Diego Community Charter there in Orange, and you were assistant ED there at that time. For the record and just for openness, I did meet with the board and Lauren and had a great experience a couple weeks ago after the concerns were raised by Araceli at our last meeting. So this is one of those projects that I personally put a lot of stake in because when they denied the CUP for Unity, I personally made calls to make sure that you got that conditional use permit. And so money is always a challenge for charter schools. Startups are not easy. This was a unique school when it started because they wanted to give the kids an AA degree when they finished their high school degree. And it was very popular at first, but then when leadership goes, so does a lot of the momentum for the school. But I think Lauren, when she came in, you had 47 students, I think, and now you're up to, 50, 62?
58.
You're up to
today.
58. That is still low, as we talked about. And the reason you're making it is because of the grants that you've received. And so the ending balance, did you say, Mr. Kim, was $150,000?
That's what we're expecting as net income the current school year.
Okay. I must say, when I met with you folks there a few weeks ago, I really appreciated the board member who is a mom who said that her quirky kid would never survive without being at that school. So, Yana, you're doing a great job as a board member and as a mom, and there's a lot to learn. There's a big learning curve to operating a charter school. Even just the board governance structure, having a structure of board policies and being able to follow that. And Bill, I know you've been there, you bring a little bit of expertise and wisdom and knowledge to it. And I hope that you will be able to continue. And I want to, Chelsea, I just want to say I'm very impressed with you. Congratulations for having the strength to get up in front of the public and do what you did with such grace and elegance. I'm truly, truly impressed. And your life isn't done, my dear friend. You are going to go up higher and climb those ladders in life, and just have the confidence within yourself that you can do it. Okay, I'm very impressed with you. I think we all are. So in ending my response, it's part historical review for this board, because help me out here, Mr. Kim. What was the founding year? Maybe Lauren, you can help me.
17.
Yeah, 2017. So it's been over 7 years now. The biggest challenge that I learned about was, and this is important for my board, is your lease. And from what I learned, that lease may be up. You may be told in a year that you only have a year left. Is that correct?
So the good thing about our lease is that we have the right to continue. The lease is not, in December of 2024 is the opportunity where we're supposed to notify them, excuse me, if we have plans to renew the lease with them. And if we don't say anything, it automatically rolls over. So we have security in that. Bill, did you want to add anything?
It's an automatic 5-year extension.
Mm-hmm. So we have the security in the lease from our perspective.
Okay. So the debt, as I recall, is about, Mr. Kim, about $500,000.
Yes, we currently have $550,000 of the loans that are combined that are remaining. And I just looked at some historical figures. Back in 2021, we had 121,000 of existing loans. End of 2022, 612,000. And last year, 550,000. So we're hoping to chip away at it even more. Obviously, it's not easy with 55 to 60, 70 students, but we are making progress. Our budget projections for the next 3 years, we're looking to erase another $100,000 of debt each year, as long as we meet enrollment targets. So, and those are the two ones that we have separate loans. One is $200,000 that has interest at 7%. The other one, $300,000 loan from Orange County Community Foundation, does not have any interest for the next 2 years. And starting the third year, it has 10 interest. So that's the one. When we start interest in our third years, to try to pay off some of those debt as well. But for the next 2 years, we want to get rid of the $200,000 that has 10 interest.
I'm done.
Terrific. Trustee Bart.
Most of the technical questions have been asked. The background has been laid, but I want to say that I'm pleased with what I hear. I do remember when it was over 900,000. That was pretty great, and I do have when Roy is involved. The fact that you're here and behind the school is very important. And Lauren, I've met you, and I think you're active with CCSA, which I always think is important because they're listening. I think they can help you. And seeing me, that was important to see. So I'm pleased with what I see. I know it's a struggle, but I think if you stick to your plan, I bet you'll make it. And I'm encouraged to hear the way things are moving. Very encouraged.
Trustee Valdez.
So the reason you guys came down here was because Araceli told us last month that she felt, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, that my recollection, that you guys were limping along and giving the department staff projections that she felt were not realistic. So did I fairly characterize that? Okay. And then when she says that, I've always known Araceli to be real, just straight. She's not pro, she's not con, she just tells it like it is. So I then thought of the situation that you guys had, which I think was February to June of last year, where we actually had Vista Meridian coming in and ED and sort of taking control of the school and helping you guys out. This school is of significant concern to me. It's just told me that you have 58 students at $15,000 a year. Your gross revenue is $1.125 million. That doesn't sound like a lot of money to run a school. And I appreciate your working on the debt service. I think that's great. But really, I really feel like you guys need to find someone who's like a marketing that's going to come in, because there are other charter schools with hundreds, and I mean literally hundreds, in a wait list. So there's something going on here that's not working. And maybe I'm just being the most neutral or negative up here, but there's something that's going here that's not working. So something needs to change from a marketing perspective. 58 students is not going to do to 2027 when this charter comes up. You know, especially, I'm even more concerned about you telling me that $300,000 of your revenue was from a grant that may not happen next year. So I have significant concerns about this school. I'm going to ask Araceli to, you know, maybe we need to do a monthly or bi-monthly update on their enrollment numbers. Go ahead.
We do collect monthly enrollment numbers from all of our charter schools, sort of to take a look at, you know, any fluctuations that may happen. So that is something we already collect. We don't see huge increases in enrollment throughout the school year. Once, you know, the first couple of months of school have started, I mean, enrollment kind of stabilizes after that. If anything, sometimes schools lose kids around the holidays. But whatever numbers they have in the beginning of the year quite often end up being sort of where they're going to be. I did want to mention that we did receive, you're correct. When I spoke to you last, we talked about the fiscal stabilization plan that they gave us after we sent them a notice of concern regarding their budget. We felt that the numbers in that fiscal stabilization plan and the enrollment numbers were not realistic, considering what their enrollment has been for the past few years. We did get a third budget from them. And that one does show numbers that are much more realistic. So we were, you know, our fiscal analyst was, felt much more comfortable with these new enrollment projections. They, like you said, they're projected to end the year now with $153,000. That's $76,900 of cash on hand. So it's about 17 days of cash on hand. Obviously, that's concerning still, but you know, understandable with the number of enrollment.
You're not relieving my fears here.
I apologize. With the enrollment that they have. So as Roy said, though, every you know, these are projections. Everything depends on enrollment. We know that they have, and Dr. Williams, you mentioned to us an agreement with a gentleman by the name of James D'Agostino that's been for about a year, and I believe he was supposed to help with some of this enrollment as well. And we're hopeful that, you know, we haven't seen those numbers come up, but we're hoping that whatever plan they have to increase enrollment will actually happen. I've not heard of anything that they're doing that's different than what they've really been doing so far, but again, it's hard to increase enrollment in the middle of the year. So these efforts may make more of a difference for the next fall, once kids are starting to look for new schools in the summer.
Thanks, Araceli. Sure. So you know, I guess my next, you know, message is, again, not only to you guys, but I know Javier Orduno's in the room. Something needs to happen here from a marketing perspective. Someone needs to come in who's a marketing expert to figure out why you have 58 kids so we can get it up to 158. And then we don't have to keep calling you guys down. I have a real concern that you're not going to make it to 2027 when this charter comes up again. And that's why, you know, this is important to me. This is 58 kids, and we can't end their school year in the middle of a year from a budget crisis. So CCSA, Javier, someone needs to come into this school and do something. That's just, you know, my opinion and my recommendation to you guys.
Okay, Dr. Sparks?
Oh, yeah. I wonder if you could work with Javier to identify some of the other charters that have these long waiting lists and see if you could capture some of those students. That wouldn't require a big marketing strategy, which I think is a good idea, but that's kind of a low-hanging fruit thing that maybe you could do.
That's a great idea.
That might work, might help. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm encouraged to hear that we're at least trending the right direction, adding students, and as we look at the budget numbers, that's important, but I always love hearing from students, and I wanted to echo what Ken said. Chelsea was a great advocate for your school, and you did a terrific job, so it's good to have you guys. So we'll look forward to hearing good news from you guys going forward, and we'll keep these updates coming. So thank you.
Thank you.
You better get to the mic, though.
You had mentioned that, working on a marketing project, and I'm a parent, but I can tell you, I know physically that my daughter, Miss Gonzalez, and some of the other students from the school have actually gone out to other schools to help filter in children for this school. So I just want you to know that that is not something that is not happening. They are trying very hard to do that on that end of it. So I just want to let you know.
Terrific.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will proceed to item number 12, Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP presentation. Dr. Ramon Miramontes will conduct the LCAP presentation and public hearing.
Thank you. So good evening, President Shaw, trustees. My name is Ramon Miramontes, Deputy Superintendent, and I'm here with Anna Cradle, Chief of Special Education Services, and I'm pleased here this evening to present the Local Control Accountability Plan. First of all, we want to thank you for supporting our work. I also want to take this time to thank Lisa Lanier, who's in the back, and Jane Doney and the staff for putting this together. Lisa, can you wave back there so they know who you are? She's our lead author on this project here. Slide 3, this slide provides the Ed Code section that requires the development of this document, as well as your role in supporting the adoption. Education Code 52066. Slides 4, 5, 6, and 7. The next few slides are student numbers by our community schools, juvenile court schools, community home education program, also known as CHEP, Pacific Coast High School, and Connections. These slides show our program numbers as well as our demographics relative to socioeconomics, English learners, and foster youth. Here's our community school program, our juvenile court school program, our CHEP program and Pacific Coast High School combined, and our Division of Special Education Schools known as Connections. Here are some slides of the highlights of our student programs. One area that we made significant improvement this past year is the area of student and family engagement. Both Access and Connections increase the number of events, trainings, and other opportunities for our families. We know the importance of engagement on both attendance and graduation rates. Additionally, highlights include lowering the number of dropout rates, chronic absenteeism for both our middle and high school students, we're also pleased to report that we've developed 3 additional CTE pathways, including building and construction, plant and soil, as well as the business and finance. We were also able to improve the percentage of students that are participating in CTE with our English learners, Hispanic, homeless, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students. We have shown an improvement in the number of EL students that have been reclassified as well. I believe we had 100% of our students tested this year for the end of the year LPAC scores, summative assessments as well. And slide 10, these pictures show our food pantry that provides resources to our students and their families. We have two permanent food pantries that serve over 230 students and their families on a weekly basis. In addition to the food pantries, we offer 6 community farmers markets. These pantries are support through a partnership with Second Harvest Bank.
So continuing on with our highlights, I'm very happy to report that this year we had 363 Access graduate this year from our programs. I'm also pleased to announce that we recently received notification that our Connections program received the Grazer Outstanding Achievement in Learning Award from the California Advisory Commission on Special Education. This award acknowledges outstanding programs supporting students with disabilities. We are honored for our outstanding CTE program in the area of ag and natural resources. So a number of months ago, we had the honor of being reached by KCAL News, Channel 2, and they reached out to us as they wanted to honor someone that was making a difference. So this was also part of our supporting documents that we used when we applied for the Grazer Award. So if you can all just give us a couple minutes, I think you'll enjoy this.
In today's edition of People Making a Difference, we meet a Fountain Valley teacher using the power of gardening to foster independence in young adult students who are neurodivergent.
Let's go ahead and water the soup garden.
Amid marigolds, pomegranates, and a flock of chickens, new skills are being honed along with a library of new experiences.
Magic definitely happens in this garden.
This is the garden at the Harbor Learning Center South in Fountain Valley. Its founder and cheerleader-in-chief is Marianne Taylor.
I am just so proud to have this opportunity.
Marianne was recruited to this space by the Orange County Department of Education. Her mission? Find new ways of reaching students with special needs.
What were you afraid of? The chickens. We were able to desensitize her to the chickens by having her slowly feed them.
And she's not the only one. Michael was also unsure, but now...
I like the experience. I like to learn new things.
I noticed you had your gloves on. Did that make it feel a little bit more comfortable?
It did.
Yeah,
Yes, it did.
yeah, that was good. And I was so glad that you shared with me that you wanted to wear gloves. A plant starts with a seed.
As new flowers and vegetables are planted for winter, it's all hands in the soil.
Would you like that, Hank? Sure. There you go.
Students here have dealt with challenges that have marginalized them in the past. This is a place for inclusion.
It's a place where they can come and be creative and really engage in nature and be comforted with all the different skills that they get to do.
Marianne wants for her students all the trappings of adult independence.
To have a home, to have a job, and to have a friend. And that is our goal.
The way Michael sees it.
I like learning from her, learning new things about the garden that I've never experienced. I think she's making a really big difference in my life.
And if you know someone making a difference in your community, we'd love to hear about them. You can reach out to us at calnews.com.
You may remember Hank, so he was recently also one of our winners in the art contest for the Memorial Day essay contest. So it's kind of nice. Your face. You. So as we move on to our next slide, we've passed wonderful accomplishments to the process. So this is the process that talks about as we look at the goal, what is it that we want to achieve? Our next is our need. Why is this goal developed? What's our need in this process? And our third piece of it are so how are we going to measure those? What are the metrics that we're going to use in order to measure those things? And then who is it that we serve? Our pupils. So those are the students in the variety of programs that we serve. And then our actions. So what actions and service will enable us to achieve these goals? And then finally, what's it going to cost? The pieces that we need to ensure that are available and those budget expenditures accordingly. So one important pieces of the development of our LCAP involves engagement. So we want to engage stakeholders and all the individuals that are important to this including our community engagement partners. So you look at our staff input, collaborating with our current staff, look at enhanced strategies and ideas that we can provide for our students. Of course, we have our discussion groups, so those dynamic exchanges to shape and continue to move our EL parent advisory groups, the needs of all of our students, and our family engagement. So as we mentioned earlier, we had a pretty dramatic increase in the number of family engaged throughout all of our programs. Then we have our LCAP advisory committee, which is during those spaces and gathering information. Our students are a very important piece of this in that they provide us those opportunities to look at those more school decision making. And then lastly, and certainly not all inclusive, is in general, our community partners. And we have a number of those as well. So what are people saying? So we did both our parents, our students on both areas, both in our connection program as well as access. To just highlight a couple of them, you know, a comment by one of our access students saying, my teacher is very motivating and helps me a lot. I thought I was dumb before. Important. And then looking at one of the comments from one of our connections parents is, I felt like an active member of our educators who work with my child. They are supportive and committed. So what are those, the priorities, the state priorities, the things that we use in order to develop the LCAP? As you go around the circle, we look at those basic services, ensuring that that's a key component of all of our, the development process. So we need to make sure that we implement state standards, we have maintain the parental involvement, pupil achievement, looking at what our students do and what they've achieved. Of course, the engagement piece, ensuring that we not only engage our pupils, but engage our families as well. We want to continue to maintain a positive school climate, course access, making sure that our students have access to the courses they need in order to achieve their goals. And other pupil outcomes, we're looking at various outcomes, perhaps not all just that are identified in our dashboard or in our numbers. And then with a primary focus for us is in the area of expelled youth and foster youth. So one of the new pieces for us this year is looking at the equity multiplier. And the equity multiplier is based on the local control funding formula, which provides additional funding referred to as the equity multiplier. This is an additional funding base based on the prior year's numbers relative to students that are socioeconomically disadvantaged at a rate of greater than 70% of our student population, and our non-stability rates of students greater than 25%. So those are the two factors that go into the equity multiplier, and you'll see those are the check marks there, where we're looking at our access court community schools at 83% and our juvenile court schools at 100%. And that non-stability rate greater than 25%, you see that our county community schools are at 70% and our juvenile court students are at 94.4%. So this slide shows the student mobility rates as we look at our 23-24 numbers. And as you will see, we do have a high non-stability rate that has fewer average days that our students are enrolled. For example, with our community schools, we're looking at 72 days. So that's the average number of days that students are involved in our program. And then at the Access Juvenile Hall, we're looking at 16 days. So that's the average number of days that students actively participate in our program. So with all that in mind, we want to develop our goals. So our first goal relates to probably, I don't know that any of them are rated any higher than the other, but collaboration, as you know, is a very important piece in all educational experiences. So we want to make sure that we're collaborating with our families, our schools, and of course, our educational partners. And this work supports creating a foundation for student success and welcoming a supportive school environment where students are offered engaging programs, coursework, and opportunities in school communities that believe in respect, cultural appreciation, and inclusivity. So this is a picture of one of our family resource fairs. Our second goal provides that all students and support have the resources that they need in order to excel both academically as well as interpersonally. So this is a picture of one of our Connections program that in April participated in the Orange County Arts with Disabilities, and they performed, which was a really great opportunity for them. It was at the Main Place Mall, so it was a really great opportunity for them to be in the community. And our third goal provides that all students have access to fully credentialed teachers, instructional materials that are aligned to state standards, and that facilities that are maintained in good repair, so that our students have a safe access to school, as well as access to a broad course of study, and again, always looking at that alignment to our California state standards. The next two slides are our newest goals. So it's goal 4 and 5 are related to each other, but with two different student groups. So goal 4 and 5 were developed to address the equity multiplier. These goals will support our work to bridge opportunity gaps for students in the Access County community schools that serve students that have a high school mobility rate and are socioeconomically disadvantaged. These issues can create barriers to success and these students at times perform at some of the lowest rates on the dashboard and our student indicators, or our state indicators. So OCDE has received additional funding to support these goals. So pictured here is one of our resource libraries that are designed to support our county community schools program. So our fifth goal also aligns itself to the equity multiplier. However, this goal is designed to address our students that are in our juvenile court schools. So these students have, again, some of the highest incidence of school mobility and irregular attendance, as well as adverse childhood experiences, which contribute to a lower pattern of achievement.
Thank you, Annalee. When you review the entire LCAP, the appendices will assist you with locating the detail of information we presented this evening. Our next steps include this evening's presentation for your review. We will return on June 18th for what we hope to be your approval. We will submit our LCAP to the state superintendent by July 1st, and the final step is to have the state superintendent approve the OCDE LCAP by fall 2024. Once again, we thank you for your time and the considerations. Any questions?
Any member of the board have a question?
I do. I have a few questions. So thank you all for your overview there. I know you guys put a lot of work into it. Kudos to you in the back there. Yeah, on the student feedback, I don't know, I'm here on page 6, but it's in this long, big packet. But anyway, for example, I'm seeing some trends here. I just wanted some clarification. Now, I realize these surveys I don't know how meaningful they are because the numbers of respondents are really not that many, like around 100. Nonetheless, for example, there's a question that says, my school works with my parents/guardian to help me do my best in school. And it goes on a Likert scale from strongly agree to strongly disagree. And the comparison to prior years, though, the pattern shows, which would have probably around the same number of students, but it shows a decline going from 56% who were strongly agreeing in 18-19 down to 38% here in 23-24, and it seemed to go consistently down. And then, like on another question, my school provides meaningful and engaging learning opportunities for me. I'm seeing a trend in 2021 where it was 76% were strongly agreeing, and now that percentage has gone down to 57%. So again, I don't know how meaningful because you don't have thousands of students you're surveying, but I'm seeing a few trends that I'm just wondering if you could speak to those.
Yeah, so the county superintendent's committee, we've talked about these trends, that they're not the same kids that come in.
Yeah.
We might start with some of the kids that come in. As you saw, the average days in our community schools is 72 days, right? When you look at chronic absenteeism, these students aren't coming to school every single day. So I want to say we're well below 50% when it comes to absenteeism. So it is a struggle. So students do come in, and we have a revolving door where students come in at different times of the year. I couldn't tell you why last year was better than this year, but it's not the same cohort. We have the same problem when it comes to graduation rates in a comprehensive high school, and this is what we're trying to fix with the Department of Ed, that the county shouldn't have the same LCAP as regular school districts do, because we have different needs, right? So when they look at graduation rates, they look at graduation rates, to answer your question, bird walking a little bit, graduation rates are measured off of 4 years, right? These aren't the same. We don't get kids for 4 years. We get kids for a year, and either they stay with us because of the relationships that our teachers and staff members have, and that's fantastic, or they go back to the school. It's a credit recovery program that allows them to do so.
And some of them were indicating in their feedback that they wanted to go back to a regular school. You know, I just wanted to kind of understand where y'all are coming from, because it's kind of a moving target. How can you get meaningful data? Given that it's kind of a, I don't know, revolving door is probably the wrong way to describe it, but it's hard to track consistently.
Right, and so we are looking at other student outcomes, attendance. I mean, easy, we can definitely increase our attendance there. That's something that we're going to focus on. The 2 goals, attendance recovery, I should say attendance, positive attendance, and credit recovery. We try to measure how many credits students should be earning in 20 days. What does that really look like, right? And so, again, some of our students are hard to motivate, but our teachers do a fantastic job of getting in there after we build the relationships with them. Many of these kids don't want to come to our schools. Some do. Some are forced to come here because they're so far behind in credits. And oftentimes we do get them, and these are the stories that I've heard from our staff members, is that they get here with minimal credits and they're in their junior and senior years. So I've spoken to our superintendents about that, you know, about the fact that we need them earlier so we can help them sooner.
Are teachers being surveyed as well? Because they would be more consistent.
They are.
Okay, because maybe there are patterns there that you know, I don't know. I'm just seeing the patterns and wanted some sort of explanation for it. But I know it's not easy work that you guys do.
Well, and what I've heard is the more challenging students are coming in and they're further behind, right? So in the regular comprehensive high schools, and the districts are dealing with chronic absenteeism, they move them towards us, right? So we're receiving students from their alternative ed programs as well. But we're doing a fantastic, and our staff is doing the best they can, but I think there's always room for improvement.
Absolutely. Well, we appreciate the hard work you all are doing. So,
Thank you, Dr. Sparks. Any other questions or comments from the board?
No, thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You do the public
Well, I will
hearing
now.
You're not going far.
I'm not. Good evening, President Shaw and board members. I would like to open the public hearing for the 2024 Local Control Accountability Plan.
I have no comments.
Hearing no comments, I would like to close the public hearing. Turn it back over to Mr. Shaw.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think, are you back, or Fatina, I believe, is next, right?
So that was the end of number 13?
Yes. it
So now
was.
we're going to go to, Item number
Master
14.
Correct.
Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP presentation.
Yes, for our charter.
For our, yes, thank you.
So, once again, good evening, President Shaw, members of the board. I'm Ramon Miramontes, Deputy Superintendent, and I'm here with Judah, who's school principal at Career Preparatory Academy, and we're going to share our plan with you this evening. We've already gone over the 4 slides. We tried to make we highlighted again because this is a public document that's out there. Questions we talked about is the Ed Code, the LCAP cycle, the 8 priorities, and questions of how we do the process. Updates. We have 135 graduates, 124 current enrolled, and 345 students served. This is a enrollment, and kids are coming in and leaving us. Students from age 17 to age 25. These are the demographics. And again, this is in fall of CalPAS reporting, 156 students, 100 socioeconomically disadvantaged, 23% English learners, and 1.9% the youth. And the three pieces, the engagement, the pupil outcomes, and the conditions of learning are the same that we had in the previous outcome as well. I think like her to highlight, like Fatina to highlight, because this is some powerful things.
Thank you. So good evening, President Shaw, members of the board and guests. I'm so excited to be here. I'm honored to share CCPA's successes and lessons learned by engaging the LCAP cycle through a continuous improvement lens and outline our next steps, focusing on the three goals that Dr. Fairmont is about. So first, I'm very, very proud to say that CCPA continues to decrease the drop rate in Orange County. We have total since 2016, 1,100 graduates. So you can imagine the impact that we are having county-wide. Our goal hopefully is 1,500 by next year. That's our goal. So focusing on our three goals, start with engagement. One of the successes that we've had in reflecting on our three-year LCAPs, specifically this year, is that over 32 events, so our students had the opportunity to engage in 32 events. I'll list some of those events. We've had College Career Readiness Week, where to engage in financial workshops, Art for Healing. We had CTE Day at NEAT, Working Wardrobes. This is a partnership that we have on a monthly basis, and it gives our students an opportunity to get an outfit, right? A professional outfit so that they can go to a job interview or they can use the for work as well. Oh, I want to touch more. There's that picture on the left, and that's the Scholar System series. That is something that we did with our California Job Challenge program, which is a partnership that we have with National Guard. So students that came from the community who are published have very similar backgrounds to our students. So students not only got to hear from someone who's had tremendous success in the community, but also has published books. We're given free books as well. And so what are some of our areas of growth? So we're constantly focused on continuous improvement at CCPA. We always want to begin by highlighting our successes, but we want to continuously grow so that we are, meeting the needs of our students. So they reflected our successes this year and our areas of growth. One of the areas that we want to, improve on is enrollment. So although we've had steady enrollment, we'd like to increase enrollment. So what we realize is that we have to increase our visibility in Orange County. So that's the goal. We're strategizing with our community partners and with families, with our students, and with our district partners on how we can do that. How can we, expand and, continuously increase enrollment at CCPA? Because we know, based on our graduation rate, that when students enroll at CCPA, they are successful. A lot of students are responding to our independent study, individualized support that we have in our program. Another area of growth for us was the underutilization of support services by students who have low attendance rates. So we do struggle with attendance, as many districts do. We are an independent study program. So if you look at ADA, it's calculated based on work submitted. So in order for us to, collect ADA, they need to submit work. So I'll share some of our next steps and our highlights for this year, for next year. So what we're going to do is we're going to increase the capacity of our staff to ensure continuous review, development, and monitoring of our tiered re-engagement strategies for independent study. So we have our student intervention system, and what we've done in looking at our staff, we have a community resource specialist, and she's been integrated into the these student information team meetings, so that when we're meeting with students, we do a needs assessment and we look at we have all these resources. Do you know that they're available? We share these resources upon enrollment, but students forget, right? They're working full-time, they have families. And we did a soft pilot with this with our community resource specialists, and we are having success increasing our attendance rates after these meetings because we're giving them very specific resources, transportation, resources to shelter, mental wellness, resources, so on and so forth.
I do want to highlight, Fatina's efforts to work with our districts, the 28 districts out there. Well, I shouldn't say 28 because we don't take the elementary district students, we take the high school district students. But one of the conversations that we have when we're looking at the ADA on a monthly basis, and we're seeing this dipping. Like, where else can we pull? Fatina's been very visible in working with high school districts and being out in front, 2 steps out in front of pulling kids in. So we had this our last conversation was, hey, we know in May, many students receive that notification from their school districts. Like, hey, sorry, Renee, you're not gonna make it. Can't have you walk, right? You're 10 units, 15 units behind. And that kid just sort of, so I asked Fatina, she goes, I'm already talking, we've already got a list, our counselors already connecting with the families, right? So I asked Fatina, why don't you bring them in now? She goes, you gotta think about the whole child. That kid still wants to go to prom. That kid still wants to do all the senior activities, which is absolutely correct, right? She's absolutely right. So we expect that in June, July, we'll start pulling some of these students in that are really close, but will graduate under the CCPA program, right? And I think it's the personal relationships that she has with our districts, that she's built with our districts and our community colleges, because she's already started some of that as well. So I really want to give her kudos where kudos are deserved.
Thank you so
Sure,
much.
absolutely.
And like I said, our students, you know, we do have adult schools. We are competing with adult schools across the county. I do sit on all the adult consortia in the county, so North, South, Coast, Rancho. And the difference between CCPA and our adult schools that we are independent study, which does provide students an opportunity to attend school virtually or in person, right? So they can do their, obviously we have hybrid options, curricular options for our students. And so they are able to work full time, take care of their families, and still earn a high school diploma. So I think that we are competitive. We just have to continue to make ourselves more visible in Orange County. Another area, well, I just touched on that, enhancing our visibility through strategic marketing efforts. So that's something that we're currently working on, and we're collaborating with our community partners to do that. Number 3, providing students with extended learning opportunities and resources. We're doing that, but you know, you can't just, you know, organize the same events, right? So we are getting feedback from our families, from our students, from our teachers, from our community partners, so that we can so that these extended learning opportunities remain meaningful and relevant to our student population. Number 2, pupil outcomes. I mean, at the end of the day, everything is about pupil outcomes. How are students achieving, right? We have to look at student achievement. And so how do we do that? At CCPA, we look at attendance. And I just talked about how independent study, it's really about work turned in. So our teachers are constantly working with students to provide supports, access to online curriculum. We also have, you know, curriculum that's not online for those students that do struggle with online learning. Some of the survey data that we looked at, 87% of our students, based on our LCAP survey data, say that they feel prepared for college and career, so that's pretty incredible. 71% of our students plan to enroll in college or apply for career after graduating, so looking at some of those certification programs. And 30% of our students earn a certificate in welding, certified nursing assistant, automotive, and construction. And I talk about the ADA piece because it is significant, right? Because it's not just about ADA. I'm not mentioning ADA for compliance purposes, although that is important, right? But it's also about if students are doing their work and we know that they have access to curriculum that is rigorous, that is preparing them for a college and career, if they're doing that while working for full time, we know that we are positioning our students for success. And so again, that's continuous improvement, but I'm proud to say that that is something that we are doing. Our students do feel prepared to move on to a college and career when they leave CCPA. Talked about pupil outcomes. We do have a couple of areas of growth. So this is a big factor. We have a very unique enrollment process. We have a wonderful team at our office, our senior record technician, our counselor, our community resource specialist. We onboard our students, and when we do that, they're provided with resources, but oftentimes because they get busy with life, they're not leveraging these resources. So I talked about integrating the community resource specialist into our support framework so that when we're meeting with students who are struggling, she's there and we can conduct these needs assessments. And based on educational partners' feedback, we want to continuously increase services for student well-being and support of academic achievement. I'll give you an example. We are partnered with Ready, Set, OC. As you guys know, as a charter, we can't directly enroll students. We get referrals from our workforce partners. So Ready, Set, OC is one of those partners. We're now having regular collaboration meetings where they're I mean, they have access to amazing resources, job training, job placement. So what we're doing, we're trying to better integrate with our workforce partners so that when a student needs a job or is struggling, we're connecting them to a contact person at the workforce center that can help them get a job. So that's something that we're focusing on this year and next year. Thank you. And then some highlights, and this is looking at 24-25. I think I touched on this already, but it's really looking at our staff. They're doing amazing work, but how can we continuously increase the capacity of our staff to provide individualized resources? There's a lot of resources, but not all students need all these resources. So how can we continuously assess what they need and get their feedback on our existing resources? And again, talking about looking at our staff and making sure, using that multi-tiered system of support lens, MTSS lens, that they're integrated into the support network. And that includes everybody, our admin assistant, our senior record technician, our counselor, our community resource specialist, our teachers, myself included. And looking at instructional behavior interventions that will address the critical needs of all students. I'll highlight an example. One thing that we're gonna continue to do is we provide access to tutor.com for online tutoring. A lot of our students, even though our teachers are at the sites 5 days a week, and we do have incredible paraeducators that provide that academic support, they work full-time. Like, students will tell me, I'm working 40 hours a week. So now they have access to online tutoring where they can access it at 3 a.m. in the morning. And looking at the data, believe it or not, there are students accessing tutoring at 3 o'clock in the morning. So that's some of the stuff that we're looking at. And again, like keeping in mind the needs of the adult student, because they are all ed, but they're adults, right? So how do we continue to monitor the resources that we're providing and making sure that they're responsive to what our students need now? And then conditions of learning, right? Everything really, that's like the foundation of everything. So making sure that they have access to a broad course of study, academic standards, looking at our sites, making sure that they're safe, right? That they're furnished in a way that's gonna, encourage students to come to school, that's conducive to learning. One of our highlights in reflecting on the data is our California Job Challenge program. As I know many of you are familiar, I welcome you to visit the program anytime.
It's right next door to Sunburst.
It's incredible. Has anyone visited California Job Challenge? It's a really incredible program. Very similar to Sunburst. So it's a partnership with the National Guard. And these are adult students. So what's incredible about the California Job Challenge is while they're enrolled at the California Job Challenge, we as CCPA provide the high school diploma program through an independent study model, a little different, and I'll explain why in a little bit. And at the same time, they're enrolled at Long Beach City College. So they have, when I talked about that data that you saw earlier, so they're earning, the certified nursing assistant, they're leaving with that certificate. They're leaving with certificates with welding, automotive, building and construction. And I'm currently meeting with the National Guard, our counselor Megan and I, and we're hoping to expand the career technical education options that we are providing our students. So that's something that we're looking at. But we've had 50 graduates this year alone. Looking at goal 3, areas of growth, it's wonderful. We have dual enrollment opportunities when we looked at the data, but right now, they've only really been available to California Job Challenge students. We would like to expand that. So like I said earlier, I do sit on all the adult consortias. So I'm right now in the process of engaging our community college partners with discussions about how can we, mitigate barriers so that we can increase dual enrollment opportunities for our CCPA students. It can be super intimidating, right, for them to go to college. One discussion that I had with one community college is that they said, we're happy during enrollment. We can kind of be a part of the enrollment process and then provide them with some easy certification opportunities while they're enrolled at CCPA. So that's what we're exploring. How can we integrate our community college partners into our enrollment process so that it's less daunting, right? The idea of being enrolled in a high school diploma program and in a college program at the same time. And I talked about it already. So that's one of the things that we're doing, partnering with community colleges. We're always looking at our curriculum. always making sure that our students have access to high quality curriculum. We are looking at CTE. How can we expand access to CTE electives? And also professional, we all need constant access to professional learning, specifically looking at the needs of our adult learners who are in an independent study setting, which is very than a seat-based program. CAP successes, I'm honored to share this video, although I wasn't involved last year, is Dave Connor. You all know the founder, principal CPA. This is when he was principal, and I want to close with this because this encapsulates why we do what we do every single day. I can tell you how meetings I've had with graduates, thanks to Annalie, one of our keynote graduations is going to be this Friday, June 7th, is actually going to be one of our former graduates. And meeting with her, you know, one thing that she kept emphasizing is that she's so grateful to our incredible teachers, to our counselor, to our staff, for, you know, encouraging her to move forward, for empowering her to continue on her journey and to achieve. I will end with this video.
Trying to get the video to steer.
Sure. Oh.
It's spinning.
Do you want me to? Let me exit. Should work. Like this and expand it. Right? All right. Thank you, everybody.
Today marks an important milestone in our students' lives, and I now ask you to please join me. I welcome you to the 2003 College and Career Preparatory Academy Commencement Ceremony. Today marks an important milestone in students' lives, and I now ask you to please join me and applaud the graduating class of 2023 and their teachers who have helped them make this whole process achievable.
I went from being lost in the streets, not caring about my life, to graduating high school and getting a contract for the U.S. Navy. Everyone is different in our own way, and that's what's special about every student in the crowd. My goal is to be fearless and chase your dreams, and don't let anyone put you down or tell you different. I believe in every single one of you guys. Just be yourself, and don't be afraid to stand out from the crowd. When we leave today, we must keep grinding, keep moving forward.
I'm filled with so much pride at the way we all persevered and remain consistent at the finish line. We all have different plans, but I know where we go is where we're meant to be. For me, I was 17 years old when I realized I was going to be a single mother to a beautiful baby boy named Elliot. He's 6 years old now. I'm proud to say after being a loyal student at College and Career Academy and graduating here today, I'm on my way to attend Granny University in Arizona for my bachelor's degree in behavioral health science.
Today I stand before you not only as a speaker, but as a living testament of the power of resilience. I want to express deepest gratitude to my teacher, who became my guiding light throughout this transformative journey. You recognized my potential when I couldn't see it within myself.
It is my pleasure that I present the College and Career Preparatory Academy graduating class of 2023. To symbolize your achievement, please move your tassels from the right to the left. Congratulations.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a quick question. Did you used to do dual enrollment with Cypress College? I could have sworn I saw it there. Was it not? The workforce program?
Not to my knowledge.
Oh,
The
okay.
dual enrollment opportunity has been with LBC.
Okay.
Long Beach City College.
I have a comment. I've always thought the College and Career Prep Academy is just underutilized, underpromoted, and one of the jewels, I think, of our program. Fatina, you're absolutely an incredible leader. You're very articulate, and I appreciate this video because it was very, very moving. I've always been an advocate of the Carlos Perkins Act, which is no longer a word that's being used because now it's transitioned into career technical education.
Yes.
And I love this program. I think, as I shared, it's underutilized. I'd like to help and create a program that provides for like a medical assistant and LVN programs. You know, we have all these private schools out there that they're very expensive to go to. And, you know, this is an opportunity for, like many of our charter schools, we have some really unique charter schools providing really private education. I think this would be something that we could do here that could excel and help the community to get like a medical assistant program. There's not enough medical assistants or not enough LVNs. And RN's a little bit more technical and difficult to create a program, but certainly we can compete with some of those private MA programs and LVN programs and help those young adults. So anyway, that's just my own thoughts, and I would encourage whoever has the imagination, the creativity, just to do a little bit more. I'd love to see this.
Thank you.
This vision that I have.
And we've been applying for grants for California Workforce Program, and the healthcare industry is one of the pathways.
Yeah.
We're trying to get our high school students, 15 different pathways that we're bringing on board for our access students and college and career preparatory academy as well.
Whatever happened with working with some of the trades, like I mean, we don't
Carpenters
have
Union, yep.
carpenters, plumbers, electricians. We don't have enough of the trades, and they make more money than somebody coming out of college with a bachelor's degree.
And they're important careers. We need building. We need building and trades.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So part of that is also when we work with these partners is the facilities that we have. Do we have the facilities to be able to hold CNC machinery, right? Do we have the facility to be able to hold the building and trade, the construction site, culinary arts? So we're looking at facilities to make sure that we actually can do those things so our kids have those extensions, and then we offer them in the evening to our partners from the College and Career Preparatory Academy as well. So it's great. Thank you.
One thing that jumped out at me, the stat right at the beginning, that 100% are socioeconomically disadvantaged.
Yeah.
Can you remind me what the criteria is to be socioeconomically disadvantaged in that?
Well, we're looking at the free and reduced, like upon enrollment, if they qualify for free and reduced, that's usually, of course. We're looking at free and reduced, correct? Yeah, free and reduced
What
upon
qualifies you for
enrollment.
that? I'm just trying
It's
to
based
remember.
on income, on
Right.
income level.
Do you know off the top of your head what that is?
That's a great question. I can look that up for you, but it's low. Does anyone know the income? It's based on income, essentially.
But the way you're categorizing that, it's just any student that would be eligible under free and reduced.
You got it, absolutely. And we're happy to share that data with you later, but yeah, it is based on an income bracket.
So it follows the federal guidelines, and so I want to say it's like 35,000, but I could be wrong.
I think that sounds familiar.
And so it's kind of around that time.
And I
that
believe
amount.
it's part of a formula as well. If you've got 8 kids,
Yes.
Right.
kids, you know, and
Yes.
2 working parents, you know, making a certain amount, right? So it's a formula that works through that by household. Absolutely.
Many of our students, you know, they live in these multi-family households too, so they're not even living like, you know, in a home with one family. So a lot of our students that are enrolling in our program do live in multi-family households.
Any other questions, comments? Great.
Thank you.
Now, the public hearing. Good evening, President Shaw and board members. I would like to open the public hearing for the College Career Preparatory Academy Local Control Accountability Plan for 24-25 school year. Hearing no public comments, I would like to close the public meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I think we'll proceed to number 16 then, the budget presentation. David Giordano, Associate Superintendent. I'm doing better every month, right? Giordano. Tell us how good the budget's doing.
right. Well, good evening, and thank you, President Shaw, members of the board. It's going to be a tough act to follow. It was a great presentation. Tonight, we're going to view with you our 24-25 preliminary budget and also provide an overview of the state's fiscal outlook, as well as the governor's May revised proposal for next fiscal year. The preliminary budget represents our initial budget forecast for next fiscal year, 24-25, and then incorporates all the key components of the governor's May revise. The report is based on our latest financial information and assumptions that we have available, and it also contains our estimated expenditures for the current year. So here's a look at our agenda for tonight. First, we're going to view with you the state's current economic outlook and the governor's May revised proposal for next fiscal year, followed by a review of the district's 24-25 preliminary budget, and then we're also going to take a look at our multi-year projection. Tonight, we're also going to talk about some of the key budget challenges that we face moving forward, and then the next steps in the budgeting cycle. So here's a look at the state's current fiscal outlook. And so we know the May revise was released back on Friday, May 10th, and it reflects substantially weaker state tax collections than were projected just a few months ago when the governor released his January budget. In fact, the big three state tax revenues, which include personal income, corporation, and sales taxes, are down by an additional $10.5 billion over the three-year budget window since the governor released his January budget. In January, the governor had projected a budget shortfall of $37.9 billion next year, and now estimates the shortfall has grown by an additional $7 billion as of the May revision. However, due to some early action on the part of the governor and the legislature, they've identified $17.3 billion in budget solutions, bringing the shortfall down to a total of $27.6 billion as of the May revision. Now, typically, large state budget deficits happen during a recessionary period, following a period of economic growth, but that's not what's happening here. Unfortunately, we're feeling the effects of some very risky revenue assumptions that were used during the development of the state budget. State revenue, general fund revenues had spiked in 2021 and 2022, and this was largely due to a jump in stock market capital gains and then some unusual economic activity in the early phase of the pandemic. However, in 2023 and 2024, state general fund revenues came in dramatically lower and now appear to have stabilized at a more normal or typical revenue growth pattern. So here's a chart that just highlights some of the fluctuations in state revenue estimates. And so for fiscal year 22-23, state revenues are down by approximately $27.5 billion as of the May revision when you compare that to estimates contained in the 22-23 State Budget Act. And so when you look at the slide on the screen, we're comparing that green line to the purple line on top. And so when you look at the current year, 23-24, state revenues are down by approximately $15.7 billion. This is since the 22-23 State Budget Act was approved. And again, that's comparing it to the May revise. So unfortunately, there continues to be some additional risks surrounding the state's budget outlook. In the near term, the most immediate risk continues to be prolonged inflation, or what they're now referring to as sticky inflation. And of course, elevated interest rates help slow economic growth and also help slow or reduce overall inflation. However, the state and national economies are already in this slow growth pattern, and the state could grow more slowly than what the May revise assumes. And if that were the case, state revenues would likely be impacted to the downside. Additional risks include California's unemployment rate, which is now the highest in the nation at 5.3%, as well as some other geopolitical risks. So here's a glance at the governor's May revised proposal for next fiscal year. The good news is that despite the dramatic decline in state revenues over the last 2 years and that drop in the Prop 98 guarantee of $3.8 billion since the governor released his January budget, the governor is still proposing to protect education funding, ongoing funding for K-14 education, and provide a funded statutory COLA of 1.07%. That COLA would apply to our LCFF funding and then certain categorical programs that remain funded outside the LCFF, and the largest of which would be, of course, our special education program. It would include our child nutrition program, the mandate block grant, and also our foster youth programs. Outside of the Prop 98 guarantee, however, the governor's proposed some significant budget reductions, particularly to programs related to climate change, housing and homelessness, and then health and human services. For schools, the single biggest issue remains unresolved is what the office termed the governor's Proposition 98 maneuver. Maneuver, which applies to fiscal year 22-23, represents the largest reduction budget window of $8.8 billion to the Prop 98. And we're going to highlight this maneuver here on the next slide. And so the governor again is proposing to reduce 22-23 Prop 98 minimum T by $8.8 billion. Again, this is what the LAO's office is referring to as that maneuver. The maneuver is being proposed by the governor to account for the $26 billion drop in personal income taxes and corporate taxes below the estimates that were contained in the 2023 Budget Act. The LAO is calling the maneuver bad fiscal policy. That's a problematic precedent. And Proposition 98 Hawks have expressed legal concerns over the maneuver as well in terms of its legality. Remember, this is money that was allocated to schools for last year and has money that's been already spent. The Prop 98 certification process requires that allocations made to K-14 education in excess of the guarantee be credited to the fiscal year being certified. And the concern in this case is maneuver doesn't credit the $8.8 billion to the 22-23 guarantee and would education on the table in the current year, 23-24, and in the budget year, 2025. Some of you may have already, the governor did reach an agreement, CTA, this proposed maneuver. Not too many details have come out yet, but we're waiting to see what those details look like. But as soon as we have additional information, we'll share that with you. So here's a look at the potential impact of that Prop 98 maneuver on the guarantee in the current 23-24 and the budget year 24-25. So School Services of California, they estimate the total dollar impact to be between $12 and $14 billion over that 2-year period. And then Capital Advisors Group estimates the total dollar impact to be even greater, at somewhere between $20 billion or more over that same 2-year period. Without the proposed maneuver to the 22-23 guarantee, it's likely that education would be in a Test 2 year for the current year and the budget year. And under Test 2, prior year funding for changes in average daily and then changes in per capita personal income. And so here's a chart to just highlight the key differences between the governor's January proposal and his May revise. And as we shared earlier in the presentation, the Prop 98 minimum guarantee is forecast to decline by $3.8 billion over what was proposed back in January. This also highlights the modest increase in the statutory COLA, which is up from 0.76%. It was projected back in January to 1.07% under the May revision. It's also important to note the governor is planning to increase withdrawals from the Prop 98 reserve account up from $5.7 billion that was proposed back in January to $8.4 billion May revise, which would fully deplete the Prop 98 reserve account in the budget year. And the governor's also maintaining his proposal to withdraw $13.1 billion from state general fund reserve account, but now spreads withdrawals over 2 years, fiscal years 24-25 and 25-26, rather than withdrawing all those funds out in the budget year as proposed back in January. Next, we're going to take a look at some of the key changes that occurred since our second interim report was approved by the board back in March. And so in this chart, you can see the cost of living adjustments, as well as the CalPERS and CalSTRS employer contribution rate estimates for each of the next 2 years. And so in addition to the modest increase in the statutory COLA for next year, 24-25, you can see the projected COLA in fiscal year 25-26 has been revised up slightly as well, up from 2.73% at second interim to 2.93% under the May revise. Regarding the CalPERS employer contribution rate estimates, the rate decreased from 27.8% in January to 27.05% in May for next fiscal year. Likewise, the CalPERS employer contribution rate estimates forecast to decrease slightly in fiscal year 25-26 as well. However, with that said, the CalPERS rates are set to increase from 26.68% in the current year to 27.05% in the budget year. And then you're going to note that there are no changes currently proposed to the CalSTRS employer contribution rates, which are forecast to remain the same at 19.1% for the current year and then the 2 subsequent years as well. So this slide just highlights the changes in our estimated average daily attendance, again, since we last reported back in March. So for the current fiscal year, 23-24, you can see our projected ADA has been revised up by 51 students since second interim. And then on a similar note, our projected ADA has been revised up slightly for each of the next 2 years as well. And with that said, when you look at our estimated ADA for the current year and compare that to the prior year, we're up about 181 students. That's our projection. Next, we're going to take a look at some of the key budget assumptions that we use to build the preliminary budget. And so here's a look at some of those key multi-year projection assumptions, and starting with the salary. So if you were to take a look at our SACS financials that are included in the budget book, you'd notice that the salary lines do include the increased cost for step and column for all of our classified, certificated, and management employees. You'll also notice in the statutory line items the increased cost reflected for CalSTRS and CalPERS pensions. In 24-25, you'll notice, though, that that does not include any increased salaries for that fiscal year since we're still in negotiations. For the current year, 23-24, you can see the statutory COLA came in at 8.22%, but a big drop in 24-25 down to 1.07%. Average daily attendance for the current year, again, estimated at 4,659 students and projected to increase slightly each of the next couple of years. Our LCFF funding projections for the current year are projected to come in at just under $108.2 million. But you'll notice in 24-25 a drop of just at $2 million. And the reason for the decline in 24-25, it goes back to that funded COLA of 1.07%. It's not enough to offset the funded ADA decline that we experienced during those pandemic years that we're going to feel the impact of in the budget year 24-25. And then you can see a rebound in 25-26 up to $108.6 million. And then the last item on this one is just tuition for our access and special schools programs, budgeted in the current year at $45.5 million, and then projected to increase slightly each of the next couple of years as well. Next, we're just going to take a look at 2 key summary charts of the department's revenue and expenditure projections included in our preliminary budget. And so here's a look at our 24-25 revenue projections. And so if you add up all the revenues here, you come up with total general fund revenues of $353.6 million. Of that, local revenues make up $165 million, or roughly 47% of our total revenues. Our LCFF funding makes up about $135 million, or about 38% of our total revenues. State revenues come in at about $32 million, or 9%, and then finally wrapping up, federal revenues coming in at $21.7 million, or about 6% of our total revenues. And then here's a look at our 24-25 expenditure projections. Again, totaling up all of our expenditures under a general fund, projected to come in at approximately $380.5 million. Certificated salaries make up about $61.9 million, or about 16% of our total operating expenditures. Classified salaries about $71.6 million, or about 19% of our total expenditures, and employee benefits about $73.5 million, again about 19% of our total expenditures. If you were to add up just the certificated, classified, and the employee benefit line items, it reaches about 54% of our total operating budget spent on salaries and employee benefits, as compared to a typical district, which is usually about in the 85% range. Books and supplies coming in at about $36.5 million, or about 10% of our overall expenditures. Services, $86.2 million, or about 23%. Capital outlay at 19.9 million, or 5%, and then other outgo at 31 million, or roughly 8% of our total expenditures. And so here's a look at our multi-year projection for next fiscal year. And so again, this is just a very summary look at our multi-year projection. If you wanted to take a look at the detailed report, you can find it in our budget book. This is the combined general fund, so it does include all of our unrestricted operating accounts and all of our restricted categorical programs as well. And so you notice on here we have our 23-24 estimated actuals, how we project to close out the current fiscal year. We have our 24-25 preliminary budget, and then we have the 2 subsequent years as well. And for the current year, you can see we're projecting to close out the year in very strong financial position with a surplus of just under $18.5 million, heading into what appears to be 2 very difficult years for the state of California. And we've talked a lot about that over the last couple of budget updates. For 24-25, you can see we are projecting a deficit of $28.7 million. You'll note that that's not a structural deficit, meaning when you look at our ongoing revenues and ongoing expenditures, those remain in alignment. What you see here is planned one-time spending on some large capital facility projects, such as our Rancho Sonata project, which is budgeted in 24-25 at approximately $15 million. We also have the renovations for Building D, our conference center, in here, and we'll start those renovations after we finish Building B. And then we have some large capital facility projects at our school sites, including the Sunburst renovations that are planned after graduation. And then we're also planning the spend down of some one-time program dollars, including MTSS, the model curriculum, the learning recovery funds, and then arts and music. And so when you back out all those one-time planned expenditures, you're actually left with, in the current year, a structural surplus of a little over $13 million. When you move out to 25-26, you can see we are forecasting a small surplus of just under $3.9 million. And then in 26-27, a projected increase in the surplus to just over $10.7 million. Next, we're going to talk about some of the key budget challenges that we face moving forward. And as we shared in the past, these are really, they're not challenges that are unique to us. I know Mrs. Hendrick has pointed out many times in the past, these are challenges that are pretty consistent with most districts in the county and across the state. And so nothing too unusual. So first, we know that costs for step and column movement, CalPERS and CalSTRS pensions, and then health and welfare benefit premiums are going to continue to place strains on school district operating budgets moving forward. We also know that inflationary cost pressures in other areas, such as supplies, services, and equipment, also remain persistent. And then other challenges include the expiration of all the one-time state and federal COVID-19 relief funding, our county offices, a minimum state aid excess tax status, as well as the continued decline that we're seeing in enrollment throughout Orange County, which of course could have an impact on our own programs. And then lastly, for schools, the 22-23 Proposition 98 maneuver that's proposed by the governor, of course, is the single biggest issue to be resolved and represents a reduction of $8.8 billion to the Prop 98 guarantee. And of course, this is going to be something we'll keep a very close eye on as the budget progresses. And then finally, we just want to wrap up with a look at our budget timeline. And so here's a look at the next steps in the budgeting process. So in order to meet the constitutional deadline, the legislature has until June 15th to pass the main budget bill, and then the governor has until June 30th to sign off on the final approved state budget. And of course, our staff will evaluate any differences between the May revise and that final approved state budget, and then we'll bring forward any required revisions at the next budget update for the board's consideration. And so that's the presentation this evening. Before I open up to questions, again, just want to say a big thank you to our fiscal services team that put together the preliminary budget for the board this evening. They put together the budget book as well, and I know they spent a lot of time on that. So big thank you to Patty Ben-Willis, who's our Director of Fiscal Services, and our entire team. So with that, questions, please.
Okay, George.
Mr. Giordano, So two major sets of questions. One is the books and supplies, $36.5 million. So we have about 4,100 students. What's our number?
4,600 when you look at across all programs.
So I'm just doing some basic math here, but. So for books and supplies, over 4,600 students, we are spending somewhere in the range of $7,938 per student on books and supplies. So I know that we're going to have our budget meeting on June 18th. I would like you to please, the way this book is prepared is just not user-friendly enough, at least not for me. Could you please break down the $36 million and the almost $8,000 per student that we are spending on books and supplies?
Sure thing.
So I don't want to see anything else, classified salaries. I just want to see that.
Yeah.
So, if I could just point out, it actually is broken down for you in here.
Oh,
but,
okay.
Okay. And then a big piece of that also is there's a holding account. So we have a lot of one-time money that we're not sure how it's going to be spent yet. And so if you look at the page under the tab that says holding account, so $9.7 million, $9.5 million, page B143. Page B40. So these are all programs that we know have expenses, but we're not exactly sure where it'll be allocated. So it doesn't get lost in budget lands. We want to make sure we know exactly where they're at, and then will be allocated throughout the year. And so these are all in $43.99, and then you can see each program that has money sitting there. So that is funds that we don't want to hide salaries or anything like that. So it's kind of here until we get more guidance of where that's going to go. So that's part of that money.
Okay, but books to me sounds like textbook, right?
Well, it's books and supplies. So if you,
So how much of that is book, how much is supplies?
you explain in the budget book where it's at.
So when you look at if we're just looking at the increase of $7.9 million to books and supplies between our actual and our preliminary budget. Remember when we build our estimated actuals budget, right? It's not a budget version, the estimated actuals. It's just simply an estimate of how we're going to close out the fiscal year. And so the goal is when we're putting together our estimated goals is to tighten up the budgets as much as possible. So is going through our expenditure accounts and trying to get as close to how we think we're going to close out the book. And then build our budget, of course, we're trying to include all those that we're going to spend dollars on. But when you look at that piece of $7.9 million, almost all of it is in that holding account that Mrs. Hendrick referred to earlier. It's sitting there awaiting application into specific program funds. But if you look at the breakdown, if you want to look at the breakdown of
what page?
So it begins on page B31 of the budget book. And so I'm going to go through, you'll see it has a breakdown of revenues, expenditures, the excess of revenues over expenditures, the net increase in fund balance. And then if you flip through all the revenues, goes through your asset accounts, your liability accounts, goes into federal state revenues, local revenues. And scroll down to page B30. You're going to see the breakdown of the books and supplies. So for example, approved textbooks and core curricular materials is sitting in code 4100. And so for estimated action, we have projected we're going to spend approximately $1.1 million in the current year, and then in the budget year, it's reduced to approximately $882,000. Books and other reference materials budgeted $172,406, and then the budget year, estimated actuals for 23-24 budget $38,830. And that's a combination of books and supplies that are charged to our unrestricted and all of our restricted categorical programs.
See, those kind of numbers for 4,600 kids sound very reasonable. Doesn't sound like an inflated number.
Yeah.
How do we go from basically $1.5 million or maybe 1.75, to you on a chart telling us that it's $36 million in books and supplies?
Yeah.
I mean,
So the
it's
next,
$34 million difference there.
yeah. So the next line item down is materials and supplies. And so that's the 4,300 account. And so you can see here, we're estimating to spend 16.9 million in the current year. And in the budget year, a little over 25.4 million. So this is materials and supplies for the entire organization to run all the different programs, to run all the different school sites. So this is all materials and supplies versus just looking at approved textbooks and core curricula.
So materials, okay, so paper, pens, computers?
Paper, pen, computers, all types of supplies that we would need. Think about everything other than equipment, right?
Anything other than equipment?
Other than equipment, yes. That are not service related, obviously, professional services. So any type of supply other than factoring out your equipment. So even equipment under 500 would be grouped in the non-capitalized equipment account, which is 4,400 that you see there. Anything over 500 would be in a capitalized equipment account, which would be in the 6,000s. So it's pretty much anything outside of your equipment.
I think what George is asking, though, is for a more detailed list of all of those things.
Sure.
And I would just add, while we're on this particular topic, the books and supplies number really jumped out at me, too, because many of us, at least on the university level, are moving from hard books and requiring our students to buy these expensive books to everything's online. I mean, you can simply you can save a lot on the particularly the book side of things by moving as much instruction as possible to online resources. And given that we have a $28 million deficit coming up, where are those places where you could shave? When you talked about the one-time cost of $15 million for Rancho Sonata, the D building, are these things that could be deferred when we have the money rather than when we have a deficit of 28 million? I mean,
yeah. Well, they were.
I think what you're asking is
I'd like to see
specificity.
I'd like to see a much more detailed breakdown, please, of the $36 million. And I see the chart on B39, but I'd like you to go much deeper into how we got to $36.5 million on books and supplies.
Sure, absolutely.
The other question I have is, so Dr. Williams asked Renee to provide him a breakdown of how much we are allotting on the Orange County Committee for School District Organization. And so Renee forwarded to Ken a nice breakdown here. In the 23-24 budget year, there was $257,000 that was allotted for the County Committee on School Budget Organization. This year, the number is $107,645. So this is Renee's email. Where in the budget is the $107,645?
I'm sorry, since Dave hasn't seen that. The object
I don't
codes-
mind, Dee. You
Yeah.
can take a look at that.
So you can see the object code that's listed here.
Uh-huh.
It's added into each one of these. And so of each one of these, there are hundreds and hundreds of accounts that actually roll up into these numbers. So this is just one of the accounts. And so we capture everything by cost center. And so that's what this is under, is a cost center. So if you looked at, say, classified 2300, it would be rolled up into the things up here that are the 2300s. So they all roll into the large report here.
What
And there's
page would that
hundreds
be
and
on?
hundreds of these, yeah.
What page would that 2300 be on?
It would be on page B38.
So Renee, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what you're telling me is all of these object codes are all over the budget. You compiled this for Ken in his request.
Correct.
So you pulled it from everywhere to figure out that this is how much we're spending?
Each program has a cost center, right? So we have like hundreds of programs. We track each program separately, and so they each have a cost center, and then they all roll up into the major budget. If I gave you one for every single program, it would be like 8 binders or more. And so for the budget purposes, you're looking at our budget as a whole. This is from, he asked me for a specific program, and that's what I gave him.
Okay,
If you want to look at any specific program, that's how they're done by a cost center.
So going year by year, in 2019, 2020, the amount allotted for this county committee was $36,443. The amount in 2021 that it was allotted was $37,751. And then we go dramatically up in 21-22 to $189,085. We stay very high at $182,742. So I mean, we're talking, pushing $200,000 on this county committee. And then in 23-24, it was $257,000, right? Okay. So we have our budget meeting on June 18th, correct? I am going to ask you and Mr. Giordano, in no uncertain terms, I am taking the average of the years for 2019 and 20 and 21. That amount is $37,097.64. Please change that budget item to $37,097.64 so that I can approve it on June 18th.
Okay. How many cents was that, George? I
Could
wonder.
you repeat that number again, please?
$37,097.64.
All right. Dr. Sparks, do you have questions?
I do. Okay, so, yeah, I want to understand a little bit more about that. Like, you gave me the 2300 code, and that's for classified supervisors and administrator salaries, but how does that tie to this committee that you're talking about?
Well, the staff that are in that committee are the portion that you see there. It's 35% of a person. And so we have.
And they're classified employees?
The person who is in that budget, yes, is a classified employee.
Okay, all right, that makes sense. Okay, yeah, I had a few other questions. When you talk about the changes to the ADA, like how do you know what your projections are with the ADA? How do you know?
Yeah,
that?
so we actually work really closely, our fiscal services team works really closely with the program staff. And so they meet and they have conversations about that. And so they're looking at trends, they're looking at current enrollment, and so they're working on those projections together. We are up a little bit. I think we're projected to be up about 51 students in the current year, and then those next couple of years up.
Well, like you were talking about the maneuver, the impact of the 2022-23 maneuver, and then you said changes to ADA related to that.
Oh, yeah, so the Prop 98 maneuver, so it goes back to, so if the governor were to move forward with that maneuver, right, what he essentially is doing is he's reducing the Prop 98 guarantee in 22-23 by $8.8 billion, right? And so what that does is it reduces the guarantee permanently moving forward. And so including in the current year we're sitting in by $8.8 billion. And so we would be, under test 2, we take prior year funding, which would have been $8.8 billion higher, right? We start there, and then we adjust for changes in ADA and inflation, which is that per capita personal income. And so that's where the maneuver is coming into play. But it's overall state ADA, overall per capita. It has nothing to do individually with our ADA.
Okay, that makes sense. And well, we knew the numbers were going to be pretty grim.
Yeah.
But dipping so much into the reserves is a little bit scary. So just where I know you guys are thinking about where are places that you can cut, and I know you're thinking about when we lose an employee, we may not be able to replace the employee because, these are ways to save.
Yes.
So I know you all are playing with all those numbers, but the fact that it has to go across has to dip into the general fund reserves for over 2 years is a little bit frightening. And so I was wondering about how you're projecting the ADA, because that's difficult to project. And then I think I mentioned maybe a second ago that again, I'm sure you're thinking about these things, but like these one-time big expenses, since we're in a deficit, do we need to do them right now? Can we put some things on pause?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, what are your thoughts around that kind of thing?
I think it's a really good question. I think that given our financial position, I don't have any concerns about moving forward with that, knowing our fiscal status. Now, I wouldn't say that would be the case for a number of districts. They couldn't afford to move forward with this.
Right.
But this is something that we've been planning on for a long time. We set aside in our reserves to be able to cover it. And so I feel very comfortable with how we're spending those dollars. But if we weren't in the fiscal position that we're in, I absolutely would be recommending something different.
And our reserves are strong, so I agree with you on that. So we're continuing to study the budget, and I'm sure I'll have more questions as we move along, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Williams.
Yeah, what is the reserve?
The reserve, so if you...
Where is that?
It's several pages in the budget book, but I always like to go to the multi-year projection because it's sort of a summary format. So if you look on page B48, you can see for the current year what our estimating ending fund balance at the end of the year, 23-24. We're projecting to close out the year with $555,517. And of that, $97 million is in legally restricted categorical programs, $97,072,405 to be exact. We have designated amounts for other programs at $103,632,481, and then in economic uncertainties, or reserve for economic uncertainties, is sitting at $193,780,631, and that's how we project out the current year.
So $193 million in reserve.
In the reserve.
And so that's why we can do, going back to page, page 1 here, with the surplus will end up in a negative for this budget because we're doing projects that we've been talking about and wanting to for a while. So we're spending those reserves. So we're not actually in the negative because that's voluntary spending. We don't have to spend that.
I like to refer to it as plan one-time spending. These are things that the board's been thinking of some time, and we're just simply moving forward with spending because we have the money set aside.
Okay. So June 18th, we get the budget, we pass it. The final budget comes out from the governor June 30th.
He has to sign off on the final proof state budget date.
So everything is based upon that's kind of temporary.
It is.
And then when we get the final budget, we go back and we do budget revisions.
It depends. It depends on how the state budget shapes up. What we're hearing right now is that between the governor and CTA is essentially what he's trying to do is keep the funding levels consistent with what he's proposed under the May revise that we talked about tonight, but as a part of that, suspend Proposition 8 guarantee, which would trigger that maintenance factor, so we wouldn't lose that money for the current year and in the budget year. So that's what essentially the deal would be. So there wouldn't be, if that's true, there wouldn't be a significant change in overall funding and probably wouldn't require any major adjustments to the budget.
Is that an comparison to maybe kick the can down the street a little bit? What the governor's proposed, Prop 98?
Well, I think that you know, when
What's
I
going to happen long-term, basically?
yeah.
More like kicking the sack down the street? Or?
I think he definitely has a structural deficit that he's dealing with. He did recognize that when he held his press conference. He talked about not just dealing with the current fiscal crisis for the upcoming year, 24, but he identified $28 million in budget solutions for the next year, because he knows, and when they built the 22-23 budget, that he had a structural deficit and that we realized after that tax extension in November of the subsequent year. So he didn't know it all along. He knew he built it probably on risky assumption, but he has identified budget solutions to help close both the years, 24-25 and 25-26. As far as the Prop 98 maneuver goes, I think for education over the long term, the best deal for us is for him to suspend Prop 98 and maintain that maintenance factor as long as he doesn't reduce our funding below what's in the May revision. That way we'll have that maintenance factor and we'll eventually get paid for that difference in the funding level that we should be at.
The budget revisions, when do we do that typically, Renee? What months of?
So, well, you'll see the next formal whole budget piece not until December.
December.
The
okay.
revisions we may show you, I think last year we brought you some in like August that said here is some of the changes to the budget. It kind of depends on what the budget looks like Dave was saying. In most years, there's not a change to the budget. That's what they call material, right? And so we will tell you about it, but it's not goes through the formal form process like this. So the big formal piece would be December 15th. But obviously Dave will be giving you updates. Now, if there was a real huge change, like maybe he come back and said, well, we're going to have to cut you by 10%, we would be forced to go through a whole nother budget process at that time.
Trustee Barkey.
Yeah, this is something I've asked about in the past. Travel and conferences, and I thought it was 5,800, but it looks like it's 5,200.
Yeah, it's 5,200, and so
was it 58 or I'm just...
consultants? No, 58 is consultants.
Okay, so I don't see any money in there. Am I not? I'm looking at B111. I was looking at, and there was another page too.
Well, there's definitely expenses there. So.
And B117. So where
So
is it?
If you're on B111, you're probably in not the general fund.
Oh, this is a special. Okay,
yeah.
So where is the general?
So general fund starts on page B31.
Oh, okay,
so
that's why I'm in the wrong section.
So yeah, so the travel is on page B39.
B39,
Okay.
there we go.
And so if you remember,
there
the
we go.
board had asked for those to be split. So the 5,200 is where most of your travel and conferences are.
Okay. There we go. Those were the numbers. Okay. So can you just break that down a little bit? I mean, it's a lot of money. It's it's over $1 million.
Yeah, I think in the past we've given you the differences between local travel, conference registration, and travel. So we can definitely get those numbers to you.
Yep, and just
So it's
break it
52,
down
10,
between
20, 30.
maybe like staff or board or how it is, just so we have an accurate picture of what it is. That'd be great.
Sure.
Thank you.
So George, what you're asking for then, in making that pie circle, you want to break down the books and supplies and have kind of maybe its own circle of what is actually books and what's the other things?
Yes.
Maybe another slide, just break that down. Anyway, that's just my last comment.
I would also like to see, piggybacking off Trustee Barkey, the 5,800 breakdown of the professional consulting services and operating expenditures.
Yep, I agree. That would be a good thing to see as well.
You mean like its own circle, own pie chart? Okay.
Well, more than a pie chart, I want to see a list.
Right, the
of
breakdown
all
of
the
where it's going. Yep.
separate professional consulting services and operating expenditures under that object
Yep.
code.
Even though that looks like it's slightly down, it's still a big number.
So do you happen to know how the CalPERS and CalSTRS investment portfolios are doing? I would think with the market doing pretty well. They should be performing well, but I don't know that that's necessarily true.
Yeah, it's a great question. I don't have an update on CalPERS and CalSTRS at this time, but I would assume you're right on target. I mean, the markets have been doing pretty well, and so as returns are good with CalPERS and CalSTRS, that definitely impacts their actuarial funded liabilities. So I would assume that they're in better shape than before, but we can give you a more specific answer.
I think the offset to that, though, is the liability because people are living longer. And so when they do the actuarial, you may have more earnings because of higher returns, but you also have to factor in how much longer the people who are getting the pension are being paid. So I think it's like a double-edged sword there.
Right.
And it could be another bubble.
Well, I think just to state the obvious, I mean, to me, it's fairly concerning that the state's plowing through so much of their reserves at a period of time when we're not in recession. I mean, you think about, heaven help us, if we are in a recession and we've depleted our reserves, and it's going to be really ugly at that point. But I was brand new on the city council, and we were having fun with something called the Great Recession. And I remember they came up with something called the triple flip. And I don't even remember how you can explain. So now I really want to get my mind around this thing we're calling the maneuver. So let me make sure my brain's completely wrapped around this. You got to hand it to our friends in Sacramento, man. They can come up. They're triple flipping us, and now they're maneuvering us. I love it. So so under Prop 98, you take what was spent one year, those factors of ADA growth, per capita personal income, these other variables go into the next budget year. So somehow the governor is taking out $8.8 billion in the current, or in the 2022-2023 budget, and it's not counting towards the Prop 98 formula base for the following year.
For the subsequent year and out years as well.
Right. So on a graph, you've kind of taken that 8.8 billion down, and now you're growing it up. So it's growing at a much reduced level. Okay. So where did that 8.8 billion get allocated to? I mean, it had to be put in some fiscal year, I would think, right?
Yeah, so the funny part about it is that the 8.8 billion was for 22-23. So the money was already allocated to us. We already spent it. So it's already accounted for. So what he was doing was just an accounting entry. It was on paper really only. And so what he was saying is that I'm going to reduce the guarantee by 8.8 billion in 22-23.
Retroactively is what you're saying.
Yes,
Yeah.
Retroactively.
Amazing.
Yes.
Well, after it's already, okay.
After the year's closed. And then he's going to make supplemental payments of $1.8 billion starting in 25-26 until he makes up for the 8.8 billion. So it was all off. It was an accounting entry.
And he won't even be there to do it.
But, okay, if you've closed the books on a fiscal year, how are you able to, I mean, this seems to me illegal. How can you just say, well, that doesn't count to Prop 98 now? I mean, couldn't someone challenge that legally? I just don't, that seems so absurd.
That's where it's at right now. So CSBA is definitely challenging it. CTA is challenging it. They wrote an extensive letter to
But I
the
thought
governor.
you said CTA is in agreement with the governor on this.
They reached an agreement on this Prop 98 maneuver, basically to come up with another solution, is what they've come up with. Yeah.
We don't know what it is.
We don't know the complete details of it, but we have a general sense of what they're talking about.
So
And
I think what he's trying to say is what he should have done was suspended Prop 98 back for 22-23. He doesn't want to do that because that would then take money away from schools. So what he's saying is we'll suspend it, which means they now owe us those dollars. And so he's saying in future years, I will give you that money.
Right.
but it's still all on paper.
So
And if
could-
Dave did that, he'd probably be in jail.
Yeah, right, exactly.
So he's lucky he's not the governor.
Okay. Now we here at the county, we're looking at our budget. We have a pretty healthy
That's some
reserve.
brutal honesty, right?
Well, I say, yeah. Half the things that go on, most of us would be in jail for. Let's say we're a small district out there in the
Half
county.
of us?
Well,
Are you
half of-
suggesting anybody?
half of what they do
half
gets
what they do.
would
Oh.
get the rest of us. No.
Okay.
So let's hypothetically, we're a small district in Orange County here, and we're financially strapped. Can if the local district was really up against a wall, could they be borrowing money because they've been promised this money in the future, presumably, right? Because it's coming, it's going to be repaid over time. Is there something they can do to maybe borrow against that future money to keep the lights on for the year? Or they can't do that? I mean, so what good is it to a local district to be promised money down the road? I mean, what does that do for anyone in the near term, in the current situation?
Really not much in the near term.
Okay.
It's just knowing that we're going to get the money back at some point when the state has the money to pay us.
Well, we'll sleep better at night.
Oh,
but
yeah,
well,
knowing that.
the check is in the mail. What could go wrong? The check's in the mail.
It does show the need for adequate reserves, though, right?
Yes.
Because
Yes.
if you don't have adequate reserves, that's when you have an issue. And so I think most of our districts in Orange County have adequate reserves. They're doing well. And so, and I think coming off the last few years, we all have higher reserves than we've had in many years because of all the one-time money. And so the scary thing is what happens in 25, 26, and 26, 27.
These are teachable
Yeah.
moments.
Well, I've for my day job, I go up to Sacramento sometimes, and I've sat through presentations from Gabe Patek. He's the legislative analyst. I've sat through a couple of his presentations, and I'm very impressed with him. He seemed, I mean, from what I've gleaned from him, seems everybody recognizes what the problem is profoundly volatile revenues to the state government. Everyone agrees with that. No one, but we don't agree on the solution. To stabilize it would mean you probably have to broaden the tax base, which someone's going to call a tax increase on the middle class. Therefore, the politics become difficult. But you can't rely very heavily on very few. The super rich pay a humongous percentage of the state budget, but there's such a small group of people that the revenues coming from them is way up and way down. And we're on the roller coaster with them. Yeah. Well, yeah. All right. Any other questions from the board? Thank you for that presentation.
Before you leave your hearing.
Hearings. Yeah.
All right, and thank you for allowing the superintendent to conduct this public hearing for public input on the Department 425 preliminary budget. And so at this time, I'd like to ask Ms. Hendrick if we have any public comments regarding this item.
We have not.
Okay, hearing the comments, this is now closed. Turn over to you, Shaw.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, we're going to go to information items. Communication, information, discussion, announcements from the superintendent.
I have a couple to start. Do you want to go first? We'll let Mayor Montes go first because I have a longer list.
Terrific.
So as you're aware, graduation is in full bloom. Our accessing students across the county are being honored and recognized by their school communities. A huge shout out to our teachers and staff members for their commitment and support for helping our students succeed, and congrats to all the graduates. I also want to say congratulations to our educational services staff. This past year we did all sorts of professional development, training, seminar shops to educators and staff throughout the year across the county. I just want to thank them for their efforts for finishing strong. Lastly, again, one more time, I'd like to thank Lisa, Jane Doney, and their staff for the work that they've done for the UpCount. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of updates. On next board meeting is Tuesday, June 18th. The office will be closed on 19th. The submission deadline is June 5th. Board delivery will be June 13th. There's the County Board Member Services Conference, September 13th to the 15th at the Hyatt Regency in Monterey. If you want to attend that, if you can please let the room know. Rooms sell out pretty quickly.
Why did I think they were being disbanded? Somebody told me CBE was being disbanded.
Well, it's not necessarily disbanded. It became a region of CSBA, if that makes sense. I listened to a webinar,
Okay.
and so I'm trying to understand. So basically, instead of it being kind of a separate entity, it's a separate entity with, but it's all county offices will be in this region for CSBA. They will still receive the same board and still have specific meetings for county board members, is my understanding.
So back to we have to pay CSB dues to go.
Only if you want to be a member, but you can still do it on a non.
You can go as a non-member.
You could go as a non-member.
And when did it come up for us to talk about? Isn't it this month or next month about
The
whether?
organizational stuff will be in July.
Okay.
When is that meeting?
This one is September 13th through the 15th.
And that's the one in Monterey. We've always been.
It's always been the
Okay.
same. I think it's, well,
I
it's the
thought it was-
Hyatt. I think you've been to the Hyatt one before.
I thought that was kind of over, but it's like it's not. Okay.
Well, they've sent registration out, so I'm
Okay.
thinking they're still doing it. I think it'll just be,
Something, does registration yet show the workshops that they offer?
I don't think so. We normally don't get that till I have, but we'll see what they have.
Okay, because it's always nice to know if it's going to be something that's of value before we
Right.
commit. Okay,
So we'll
thank
get you whatever we have from
Okay,
that.
thank
You
you.
said 13 to 16?
The 13th or the 15th.
Yeah, it's over a weekend usually. I remember that.
And then the CSBA annual conference is December 5th through the 7th, and it's in Anaheim this year. And then just to let you know too, we were notified on, I think, Friday that Explorer Academy, and so they actually have a revoked status for the IRS. And so, so I think what is happening is that they are not in operation yet. They got their tax status 3 years ago. They haven't filed taxes because they weren't operational, but they're still required to file. And so they are now in the process of getting that fixed, and they said they will be able to remedy that. And so we will track that. But based on the last two instances we've had is Aracella's team now is actually monthly going into both the IRS website and the state controller's website to look at the status of each one of our charters. So, but Explorer did notify us to let us know that they had the status.
Because
So
it seems like they're gearing up and they're going to be opening in fall from what I.
that is our understanding. Araceli has a little bit of a concern because their enrollment is much, much lower at this point than what they anticipated.
Okay.
So hopefully they have some ramp up time.
Okay.
And by the way, for the board, Isaac did get, for the board, I don't know if everybody was told, they did get their tax status corrected.
Okay.
They did,
great.
yeah, they ratified all that.
Okay.
And it,
I gave Pandemi, I took her out to the woodshed. And
yeah.
I told her what I thought.
You than George, because George is a little rougher.
Well, and I think what's confusing for them is, again, it was for the year when they were non-operational. And so I think it's a little confusing. for
She
them, too.
apologized up and down and took total responsibility
Yeah, she
for
takes
it.
things like that very seriously. I don't think.
That's all I have.
Yeah.
Thank you. I see that someone let Mr. Brenner out of the prison we had him in. So before I forget, I want to ask him to report out of closed session.
Good evening, and thanks for granting my writ of habeas corpus. Members of the board, good to be with you. Good evening. This is the report out for the closed sessions 1 through 3 for today's meeting. The board didn't take any official action on any of the 3 items after discussion with council, other than to approve EBG invoices, and I'll read those numbers now. 1157242, 1160730, and 1160731. All approvals of those invoices were by a vote of 5-0 in favor. And one note for the report out in addition to that is that Trustee Williams joined the closed session approximately 15 minutes into its session. And that's the report out for the closed session items. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rick, can I just repeat the
Certainly,
one number?
yeah.
The first one, is it 1157?
Yes.
Okay, I just couldn't read my own writing. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brenner. Okay, I think we're going to legislative updates. We are continuing to have fun with Senate Bill 907. It's passed the Senate, so it's now over in the Assembly. It will be heard in Assembly Elections Committee next Wednesday at 9 a.m. So thank goodness there's a 6:45 a.m. flight out of John Wayne. I will be on, landing at 8:30 and getting there just in time for the committee to start. So I'll be up there testifying and representing the board at that. And I know it's going to be heard at the Assembly Education Committee on the 26th. I will not be able to make it up to Sacramento for that, but I believe Trustee Barkey is going to represent us there on that one. So that's what I know as far as legislation. Anyone else have any legislative update they want to mention?
You know, I don't know if this is where I want to comment on you and I signing in opposition to 1955, and I just want to comment on my behalf, and I think you feel the same way, that it's nothing against anyone. I love every child, every student, regardless of how they identify or what they do, but it's more that I think it's so important for parents to be involved in their children's lives. I don't think anyone loves their children like parents do. We love our children no matter what, and I think to keep secrets from parents is just wrong. I just don't believe in secrets. I don't believe in lies. And I think teaching our children that it's okay to lie to their parents, I just don't think it's good. I think it harms the parent-teacher relationship. And I just think it's really important to keep parents involved. And that's why I signed it. So I don't want anyone to think that there's any child that I don't love, because I love every child for who they are.
And to clarify, this was done as individuals, not as a board. So that's a good point. Okay. Any committee reports? You have any committee? Any, like the website committee or anything? Okay. Board member comments. Let's see. I'll start with Trustee Valdez.
I was humbled and honored to give the commencement speech at Nova Academy last week. And, you know, it was a 16 or so minute speech, but you know, really going through it, it was a tremendous learning experience, you know, for me in my life, in the things that I said to the graduates. I think it was well received. A lot of the faculty thanked me for it. Several of the students thanked me for it. So if anyone needs a commencement speech, I'm available.
Terrific. Dr. Sparks?
Oh, I just want to thank all the parents that came up to us today after you know, hearing all their public comment, and they came up and they were very warm and thanking us for you know, all the support that we've been giving them. And just to the parents out there, you know, we do this because of you, because of what you're doing to help you know, our community. And that was just really touching. A lot of the parents were coming up and crying, and it really touched me.
Me too. I agree. I absolutely agree.
Thank you. Dr. Williams?
I have nothing, for sure.
Okay. Mary?
I just want to agree with Lisa that it was very touching that we had some very teary-eyed parents who said it really changed their lives, Endovate, that their children were getting F minuses, not just Fs, but F minuses, and now they're getting As. So that was very touching, and it was just great to have them all here to know how far they drove. It just shows how important the work we're doing is, that they would drive here on a weeknight. So I appreciate that. Also want to mention I went to Learn for Life's graduation, which is also very touching. It reminds me of our college preparatory program. It's very similar, and so that was really neat to see. A lot of kids are with children, you know, kids that were, you know, anywhere from like 3 months to a couple years, walking in their little cap and gowns, and it's just really cute and really touching. So that was super fun, and I guess that's all. I feel like I had one other thing I wanted to share, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, you know, I also wanted to publicly thank Karen Jaffe for her lovely gift. I haven't opened it, but it's just so thoughtful of her to think of us.
Yeah,
and
I say that too.
yeah, and I appreciate the work she and Galena are doing, and glad that we can work with them. And it's just really nice when people come here and share their concerns, and that we can get involved. And it's just nice that she really appreciates, I know, the work we're doing. So I'm grateful for that.
How nice. Thank you. Yeah, that was very, very thoughtful of her. In the season of graduations here, I was invited and thrilled to participate in several high school graduations up in my neck of the woods in the Fullerton High School District. I made it to the Fullerton High School, Sunny Hills High School, and Troy High School graduations, all three outstanding high schools. And it was fun seeing the list of, universities the students are off to attend. I mean, it was lots of Harvards and Yales and George Washington University, I got some of those. So they're doing terrific. And it's always fun when you're an elected person and you're in a football stadium, and you're introduced on stage, and you cringe for half a moment because it's very easy to start booing, of course. I made it. I didn't get one boo at Fullerton or Troy, and I think there was only one at Sunny Hills. So I'll take that as a win. I only got one boo.
Was that Medina, the councilman?
I couldn't see, but someone up there, but it was okay. So I want to thank the graciousness of the Fullerton Union High School District. So with that, I think we will stand adjourned until June 18th. We'll see you then.
Remind you to take your